any sector with so much ease. And I'm always like, wow, this man is indeed an icon. But not just that, he's also a power dresser. I always say that to him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Patrick Tonani, Chief Executive Officer, Community Energy Social Enterprise Limited. Thank you very much for joining us at this event. Dr. Tonani, in those days when we were in the university, he is the kind of people we call ED way. He will just be saying, that's really, that's really, that's really. Thank you very much for, giving to this community. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to welcome Dr. Femi Akinwumi, motivating forces behind the Ondo Development Economy Summit. So welcome the chairman of Chief, sorry, he doesn't want to be called Mr. Ade Ayorola, and his very gorgeous wife. Thank you very much for joining us at this event. But, I'm sure that other dignitaries will join us, but I'd like to make an observation. All right, the chairman of Ondo Development Committee is here. I'd like to welcome Chief Akinwumi. Thank you very much for joining us. What I have thought was so if, as a matter of fact, these Ondo people, okay, we'll get to that later. All right, so let's hit the ground running. Well, yesterday we started a lot of conversations around a whole lot of issues that are tangential to development, and so it's only nice that you do an overview this morning. And to take the first shot, I'd like to invite Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, Director General Performance, Project Implementation and Monitoring Unit. That's a mouthful.
Thank you so much. Maybe instead of saying I just good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My member of the House of Representatives. A lot was said yesterday about this event and why it exists. What I'm doing here is I just want to give you a little more insight and possibly give you all some takeaways as to why the government is doing this, or why the government is supporting such an initiative. Somebody once told me, why are you not doing it in Owo first? I'm like, well, it's not about the location, it's about where we can add value. Of course, eventually, maybe we'll do something like this in Owo. I want to thank the Deputy Governor who was around yesterday, and he spoke extensively about the scope of investment that Ondo State has been driving since this government came in. I know Baba Denki, he had noted that this government has been aggressive around investment promotion. And a lot of that is thanks to us having the investment promotion agency. And that agency has a goal. And then the goal is before the end of this administration, we should have created more private sector jobs than public sector jobs. Because that way we can finally say Ondo State is not a civil service state anymore. It's a industrialized state, so to speak. So out of all of this, one can just tell you quite simply, our goal is to do. I mean, everybody calls Mr. Governor Mr. Talk and Do, but most people don't realize that the DO in Do represents Develop Ondo, and so our goal here is to do. And this summit is one of those examples of how we're trying to do, how we're trying to achieve these things. And I should note now that in a few months, specifically on the 25th of November, there's going to be a state-level investment summit that will run about a week It's going to happen in Akure. So for those that are interested in seeing what Ondo State is doing on a grand scale, please endeavor to attend. On that note too, I want to appreciate Kabiesi. He's not here now, but Kabiesi for the tremendous support he has given this project. We cannot even begin to recognize or appreciate what, if not for him, this would most likely not even take place. So a lot of thanks goes to him for his contributions. It takes me to why I'm on this stage. For those of you that might know a thing or two about investment promotion, there are two words that always come to mind. FDI, called foreign direct investments, so money coming from outside of Nigeria, and DDIs, which are domestic direct investments, which are money that comes from within Nigeria. Most countries use that English to say if a company in Nigeria invests somewhere, it's a domestic investment. If a company from outside of Nigeria invests, it's a foreign investment. But there's a group of people that are lost inside there that this summit is intending to harness. And for us, we're creating a new term that we're calling HCDI. So that's homegrown community-driven investments. What does that mean? We're talking about people, yes, there are people in the diaspora that build a house in Ondo town because they are from Ondo town, or build a house in Owo, or build a house in Ilaje. I don't think you want to call that an FDI or DDI. They're doing that because of their connection to their community. And for us, we've started to look at the reality that you need to separate that particular group of people. And it's on that basis that we've said, look, this need to localize investment promotion is something that is of utmost importance, especially in a place like Nigeria. I remember Mr. Akinkoebi was telling me the other time that a lot of people want to invest, but they don't want to invest in Ore because they're not from Ore. And the state is putting so much funding into the Ore development, creating that cluster in Ore. But a man from Owo might not want to invest in Ore because it's not where he's from. So how do you target those individuals that want to invest at home? That's what this strategy is. And for us, that's what ODS is. ODS is a manifestation of that strategy to drive this new thing we're calling HCDI within the broader scope of Mr. Governor's redeemed agenda, which has something called energy, mining, and sustainable industries as one of the agendas. For us to want to find a sustainable industry, there must be some level of passion or some level of interest in somebody trying to make that investment. We've seen that in driving community-led initiatives. And this is a very good time. I mean, forget that I'm part of this administration. You should also recognize that there's one thing this administration has done extremely well and has been championing from the jump, and won some level of autonomy of the respective layers of government. Local governments run their own money. Of course, you all know our governor, Arakunrin Akeredolu, has been very particular about giving state-level autonomy, whether it's with state policing or how you manage your resources. So you have a government and a culture that's embracing some level of autonomy, or in other words, putting your destiny in your own hands. And for us, we're proud that Ondo Town, or Ondo Kingdom, is taking that and really running with it. And with the administration that's also very deliberate in driving investments. What that means for you is you have government support, you have your own support. Now you just need to target the right people to ensure that we can see ultimately that investment comes to Ondo Kingdom. Now, a lot of things were said about Ondo Kingdom yesterday, especially around your strategic advantages. Yes, we touched on 4 things in particular here. But somebody alluded to something else yesterday about proximity and about Ondo being equidistant between Ore, where all the industrialization is happening, and Akure, which is what you consider a commercial capital. That is something that I believe Ondo should harness. That proximity can do a lot, whether it's in the space of tourism or agriculture. If Ondo Town is a food basket and is feeding Akure is feeding Lagos. You know, there are very interesting things you can look at around how to develop the Ondo Kingdom. So for us, again, ODS is what we consider the future of participatory government at all levels. And it is with this particular event that we hope to develop a framework that we can replicate across not just Ondo State, but across the country. We know states in Lagos, they've been championing such activities, but no state has been very deliberate in designing an approach to ensuring that this is something that you can replicate. And for us, again, some of the things we're looking at is how we're doing this with support mechanisms, community buy-in, developing your sector analysis and seeing what strengths you have, looking at the stakeholders that would be critical to the success of this, and developing an implementation strategy. So that I don't bore you with technical terms, for us, all of this is to drive what you're calling HCDI. And so, once again, I want to say we're proud of Ondo Town, Ondo Kingdom, Ondo City, for really taking this concept and taking it to where we want it to be. Again, it's just the beginning. We're looking forward to more and more tweaking and updating and fixing and implementing, and ultimately we're looking forward to commissioning the first factory or the first industry in Ondo Town. So thank you for your time, but in all of this, I just want you to remember that phrase, HCDI, we're driving homegrown community-driven investment. Thank you very much.
Ms. Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, let's put our hands together for him. Àbálọ àbábọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wọn, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ fún àwọn ọmọ wa, àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa, àwọn àbúrò wa, àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa tó wà lókè òkun, tó wà níbi gbogbo, kan wá sílé, kan wá dá ilé iṣẹ́ síbí, kì í ṣe kọ́kọ́ lé jọ̀rànjọ̀ràn. Mo like àwọn Ondo wọ́n kọ́ kínní kan ilé náà ń pè é, àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kan wá dá ilé iṣẹ́ sílẹ̀ ní ibi báyìí kí ọrọ̀ ajé Ondo kó lè gbèrú sí i. Ṣé ẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀? Tẹ́ ẹ bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ yóò lè ríṣẹ́, àbí ṣé Calabar lẹ fẹ́ lọ ni? Ṣé ẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀? Ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yé yín, ẹ sọ fún gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ yín, ọmọ yín, ẹbí yín, kan wá dá ilé iṣẹ́ sílẹ̀ níbí. Tá a bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ lọlé ní, by the time we get to the sessions, you will see more potentials. For those of you who were here yesterday, we expanded conversation on the potentials that are here, and we will continue that today. I remember the session which was anchored by Mrs. Ayola on agriculture, and the speakers, Dr. Yebadi and all the other speakers, they said I should call you Chief, Mr. Bambi himself, expanded conversation on all the potentials that are here. And I've visited Mr. Ayola's factory before. If we can have many more of such factories around here, it will be a great thing for this land. It's important. Thank you very much, Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, for the overview. Well, we'll take another overview from the community perspective, because it is your thing, sir. Ẹ̀yin lẹ ní gbogbo atótónu tá à ń ṣe yìí torí Chief Akinwande ni, àbí Chief Akinwande ṣebí torí yín ni. It's because of you now. So we must take the community perspective of the overview of what had happened yesterday. But before I invite you, sir, let me welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Dickiness Lola Fagbemi. Dickiness, mo ti sọ kẹ́ tó dé, mo ní gbogbo choice position government Governor Akeredolu, ẹ̀yin Ondo náà fún, ẹ̀yin ni ẹ wà láìsítì, ẹ̀yin lẹ wà nídìí òwò, ẹ̀yin lẹ ṣàwà everywhere, àmọ́ àwa yòókù àbínú. Yeah, you know. So, so welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a part of this, man. Let me now welcome Chief Akinwande, the chairman, Ondo Development Committee, for the community perspective on the overview of what happened yesterday. Chief Akinwande, I'm a finish your chief like I create a company.
Who told you I want that? Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be with you here today. Like they said, I happen to be the current chairman of the Ondo Development Committee. And somebody came to me and said, what's your vision for being chairman of Ondo Development Committee? And I said, you shouldn't ask me that. For the basic reason that we have a good system in Ondo here. But before I talk, I must recognize our Honorable Makinde. I'm happy to see you here. Honorable Wali Akikotu, I'm a show for being here. My commissioner, God bless you. Mr. Femi Akinkuwebi, Leo, and all these are happening because of His Imperial Majesty, Dr. Victor Kiladejo CFR, who was here yesterday, who has been a great motivator for everything that has been happening here. A very great visionary. We are lucky in Ondo Kingdom here because we have the right people. It is very correct. If you meet Ondo people anywhere in the world, even when they are driving taxi, they want to drive it very well. And they have this magnetism around them that attract their fellow Ondos. And it is that spirit that has made Ondo what it is. That is why we have this kind of civic center, because we cooperate amongst ourselves. We are ready for self-development. And that's why we could develop institutions like the first community secondary school in this area, built by people who came from two different religions, of the very many religions that we have in Ondo here. They sat together and developed a school like that. And they didn't care what religion the school was to take thereafter. They just developed it. And that's why there had been a lot of peace in this community. We don't care about what religion you have. Now, talking about our traditional governance. We have one of the best traditional governance regime that any community can have. Our king is a visionary. Our Oshemawe Council is extremely good. It's like they're working 24/7. They're always working throughout. I don't know when they take their leave. And of course, they now give birth to an institution like ours in the ODC and put a lot of talented people there. We have in ODC at least 2 retired vice chancellors. We have professors. We have managing directors of their companies. And we have all our chiefs. When the Igbo people came here, they say almost every man in Ondo is a chief. We have all our chiefs from every quarter represented in the ODC. Well, when you now look at the ODC, it's a collection of wisdom. There's no way such group of people can come together and not be a source of wisdom for the community. And what are we after? We are after development. We want the betterment of our community. And that's what we do. And we're all volunteers. We don't earn a penny. And we come there regularly and think how to make our community a better place. And of course, we thank God that we have good people who are ready to respond to development. And that is the purpose of an activity like this, put together by young men who are thinking of the future of our community, young men who are taking after their forefathers and want this place to be a place of excellence. I have been trying to look for an equivalent in Yoruba, in other Yoruba languages. I have not seen. Akpewago. That is the tendency that we have in Ondo Kingdom here. And we will continue to work at it. We will continue to work at our youth. We will continue to want to make this place a place of excellence. We will continue to want to make this place a place of education. We are trying to drive entrepreneurship. We are trying to train our children how to do business in this modern era. And we have a government like this Ondo State government that supports this kind of development that we are trying to drive within our community. And we thank the state government very, very much. And of course, with the standard of people the state government is pushing to do all these things, we cannot but have success. I was listening yesterday to the government, trying to tell us how they are looking at economic development in the state. I mean, how would the state not be successful? If you think of the state with such strategic initiatives, I think this state is a very great state. And they are looking at every single angle, including security. Because if there is no security, we are going nowhere. They're looking at that and looking at how to develop people, how to develop businesses, how to care by adding funds to the pockets of people who don't have enough, but have the ideas. The first thing is to have the idea. The second thing, okay, well, how do I implement it? If you don't have the funds to implement it, then you have no idea, because the idea will not work. But the government is there to look at you and say, I care for you. I want to give you what you need, what you don't have. I want to assist you. If you don't have land, I'll give it to you. I want to assist you. If you don't have money, I'll give it to you. It's not that I want to give it to you so that I can go and marry a new wife. Government is not interested in your new wife. Government is interested in how you can better your life and better the life of the people around you. Every single person matters in any community. And it is the hard work of the collective effort of everybody in that community that drives the community, that makes the community a better place. If you don't work hard, the community will not work hard. It is a collective effort. So we thank our government from what I've heard so far for doing a wonderful job in trying to bring us to the Community of Nations. We will soon have the kind of resources that will make us to compete with some countries in Africa. We are big enough. We can make a country. This state can make a country. We are big enough. And with the kind of effort we are putting into it, we will achieve a lot. So I thank all the young men, young people who have put this Ondo Development and Economy Summit forward. It's not what we have put forward now that will make us a better group of people. It's what happens thereafter. Post this operation here, what are we going to gain from it? How are we going to move forward? How are we going to push it ahead? That depends on what we do after now and the response that our people give to it. And I'm sure by God's grace, we will clap for ourselves. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say one or two things. Thank you, Femi. I think I've had enough. Thank you. How much is it?
Don't you like what Chief Akinwande said? Eh? Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Akinwande said he doesn't want to be a high chief. Okay. How about you? Amukoin? Thank you. All right. It's now time for the business sessions. And straight away, we're moving to the session on diaspora involvement and its challenges, of course, in community development and industrialization.
No nation in the world will grow without its diaspora. Diaspora has always been the blessing of nations. If you think about it, everybody you know in the Bible, from Joseph, diaspora. No nation in the world will grow without its diaspora. Diaspora has always been the blessing of nations. If you think about it, everybody you know in the Bible, from Joseph, diaspora, Isaac, diaspora, Abraham, diaspora, Ezra, Daniel, diaspora. Even the idea of Jesus coming down, diaspora, that God came down, diaspora. Jesus went to Egypt, diaspora, coming back home. Israel being formed in a day, diaspora. There is no nation that has grown without a collaboration and organization of its waiting diaspora. The brain drain that we'll experience has now been converted into a potential brain gain. And that gain must be understood by organizing to wake up the diaspora to its socio-economic and political destiny in the continent. The way that we work is that every year about $48 billion is sent home in remittances. That $48 billion is so huge, it's the biggest income in the continent. But guess what is coming to solve? Welfare economics. Money for shoe, for house, for rents, and all of that. And we know that anybody living abroad sending money home is sending less than 5% of his income. About 95% is still sitting dark in his host country. Now, if we mobilize Africans to begin to understand that they can repatriate just 20% without losing the 5% that they have before, take another 15% and repatriate it home. But that repatriation now is not for welfare economics, it's for investment in ideas. Such that it's not just Americans who are investing in Florida Wave or in Jumia or in any of these countries. Africans can pull resources together and be the one funding the local ideas here. That is the association between local ideas and global relevance. The idea that we will pull funds in our brain gain and bring it home to fund ideas. So we need more incubators made by Africans for Africans, more accelerators made for Africans by Africans, intentionally searching for ideas, investing in ideas.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Oluwole Akikube. I'm a realtor in Canada, close to 2 decades. Thank you, Dr. Akikube, for coming to involve the diaspora in Ondo Development Economy Summit. The points of area where the diasporas have concern not to reinvest in Nigeria, or they are not encouraged to come home to do something. The answer is not far-fetched. If you can, I can tell you clearly that most of the problem people are complaining about is about trust and honesty, and also security. We in Nigeria, we know the situation now. There are a lot of untrustworthy person when you are doing business. Apart from that, the issue of trust is a very serious matter for any diaspora to come home to invest. You don't want to invest where you are not secure in terms of physical secure, and also about your investment security as well. Although we love our town, Ondo Kingdom, we love it to be developed. Uh, that's the purpose of you, where you have God has blessed you to a certain extent. You want to put back to your community in order to invest at the same time, impact the life of people, try to create economy, environment, and sustainable businesses in the area where people can wake up in the morning. The less privileged are people that are trying to make it in life, where they can work and make some money to feed their family. So this issue of trust, honesty, security, and government policy, and also in some senses, there's a lack of business awareness. Not everybody know what they can do over there to generate good income or revenue for them, compared to where we are here in Canada. That any business you want to do, definitely you do your business plan. There will be some analysis that will let you know that definitely if you invest $1,000, you can make this much. If you invest more than 10,000, something of that nature. But in the case of Nigeria, we don't have that yardstick out to determine what will be the return on your investment. Despite the fact that there are so many hitches and those bureaucracy that hinder business growth, like corruption, extortion, a lot of things that people are so scared and very skeptical that if I should put my money in this place, how am I sure that I'm going to get the money back? How am I sure I'm going to get a good return? And these are the major problems. And I believe we know, based on the fact that the COVID came now and that's working the matter to people come to the environment where we don't know what will be the future. Generally, it's affecting every part of Nigeria, not Ondo entirely, but Ondo Kingdom is our concern, how to develop it. Most of the factors that impact other places, same thing is applicable, is impacting the development in our local community. Then I believe also if the local people, I use the term local, that doesn't mean people that are based in Nigeria, in the kingdom. If there are certain projects that we're doing that people will say, oh, if this person can be successful in doing it there, that will motivate people in diaspora to think, okay, if that person can do, although it's based at home, definitely that will give them that kind of a booster to say, okay, let me give it a shot. And now with this program that people are putting together, I appreciate the Ondo Development Economy Summit that are coming up this day to do all those things. Yeah, that means we are trying to create a system to work where the diaspora can come together and invest in the portfolio and have a better return. But hey, people still have that doubt that no, we know each other. So say, oh, I don't even know this person. I don't know the group. I don't know that person. How possible will I have confidence in them as well? You know, so based on all the experiences from different people. So I think what we should be thinking about and what we should be looking about is that what could be the solution to all these things? All of us know the problem, except you want to deceive ourselves. We know the problem that is facing the economic development in the locality, in the grassroots, even to the federal level. So if the problem are being resolved, take system infrastructure in place, even the power generation and power thing that the power security, those are the major things. A lot of us here, we have investors that we can say, okay, hey, let's venture into our country, our hometown, but the first thing they will ask me, talking about is security. We talk about the infrastructure, this power thing, all those things is really killing growth in our community. If this could be addressed, at least if there could be some changes and the government too can do more to make the diaspora more secure, have their investment be protected, I think that will really help. Thank you very much. I think that will have been my short brief for today. And if you need any other thing in future, please do not hesitate to contact me. And I appreciate you people for putting this together. God bless you all. Well, Ondo Kingdom. I will do the
The panel discussion for the diaspora involvement and its challenges. Speaking on this topic, are Dr. Tolani Patrick, Mr. Ayohola, Boye Oyewumi, Femi Akarakiri.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, sorry, can we do some better work with the microphone, the second one, please, so that the panelists will be audible. This session essentially is about diaspora investment. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this session is essentially about diaspora. And of course, when Engineer Babajide Akeredolu was giving an overview of the time earlier today, he talked about foreign direct investment. And that was also essentially what Mr. Nelson Akinkugbe was talking about, in his presentation. So I'm sure that the bulk of this conversation is going to be around foreign direct investment, the challenges, diaspora involvement, and all of that. But before I engage the panelists, I'd like to ask that we have an electronic presentation about diaspora involvement in development. Please, is the thank you very much. Well, I think Dr. Tolani will have to speak to the slides so that we will understand exactly what he has put together. Dr. Tolani, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. I really want to thank everybody who was here yesterday and had chosen to come back today. I think it shows your level of commitment to the development of Ondo Town. I also want to congratulate the committee who put this together, particularly with the support of the state government, seeing the Commissioner for Investment seated, seeing Babajide there, members of the House of, a member of the House of Rep and the Honorable Commissioner. I can see that this is a very serious summit. I put the slides together, but happily I'm not going to go through the slides. Rather, I'm going to speak to the slides. Just to start by saying that monies, well, I think the background should be that I've been living out of Nigeria for 22 years. So this is my 22nd year of living abroad. And fortunately, I started coming back to Nigeria 11 years ago. So literally, you would say, although I'm not, I'm a rock. You know, they say God is Arinurode Olumorokon. That's what they call God. So, but in my case, I'm Arinurode, but I'm not Olumorokon. Arinurode in the sense that I have lived and I continue to live abroad, but I've also been in Nigeria, and I've also had the opportunity of investing in Nigeria. Meaning the last 10 years, both grants and my own investment, I've spent over $1.5 million. And I'm working on a project in Ondo State. To be specific, I will be manufacturing, by the grace of God, solar panels at the Ore Industrial Hub, courtesy of the government of Ondo State, and indeed your son Femi here. Don't ask me why the investment did not come to Ondo. We were not ready at the time. But the point of the matter is that, now what were the factors that made me take those decisions? Even when I'm not from Ondo State. The interesting thing is I'm not from Ondo State. I'm from another state. But I'm doing this in Ondo State because you just have to understand that where there is the right environment, where there are the right structures, the right personnel, the right commitment, investment will naturally flow there. That's the message. And that's why I thank you for what you're doing here in Ondo, and I'm very passionate about it. Now let me give you a little bit of statistics so that you understand what we are talking about. If the person that is looking at my slide can find it, that is fine. There are different ways by which overseas investments come to any country. One is foreign direct investment, which is what has been mentioned, and that is the investment brought by foreigners. And there are conditions that must be met before that can happen. There is overseas development assistance, which is called ODA. And then, over the years, diaspora investment, particularly globally, has been rated as one of the areas where investment can come to any country. And now let me give you a little bit of the differences between them. Overseas or foreign direct investment, which could come, let me break down a little bit again, in terms of direct investment or portfolio investment. So you could have direct investment, you could have portfolio investment. Direct investment means the person leaves his country, his home country, and it comes to a host country. But there are different conditions that must be met before that happens. However, the thing about foreign direct investment is that the foreigner will one day take his money back. The foreigner who has come to invest in your country will repatriate his funds. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is debt. Debt is also important. And you will know that as a nation, Nigeria now, we are almost getting to the ceiling of our borrowing possibilities. Because we have borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. Although we are told that our borrowing to GDP is still safe. But when you are spending about 98% of your income to service debt, then nobody should tell you that you are entering the dangerous zone. Now I mentioned, so debt, again, you have to pay back. Now, overseas direct investment, you won't pay back, but that comes with a lot of conditions. And if you don't meet the conditions, it can stop. But diaspora investment is safer. Now, let me say that virtually all the conditions necessary for maybe ODA, for FDI, they are virtually the same conditions, and that's what people are missing for diaspora investment. You see, you have to understand, I have the statistics there. Diaspora investment is about, in 2007 to 2017-19, diaspora investment was about 11 times the size of foreign direct investment to Nigeria. So that tells you how critical it is. Also, it was more than 3 times the size, as you can see there, can see on the slide if you allow me. See, you can see the figures. Remittances flow to Nigeria, then so you can see it as a percentage of the budget of Nigeria. 83%. That's a lot. Now, FDI, I've already told you, is 11 times. So diaspora investment is about 11 times. And for ODA is 7.4 times of ODA to Nigeria. So this is absolutely critical. Now, what are the conditions for diaspora investment? And I will put diaspora investment into 2 areas. One is remittance, just remittance. People are sending money to the country, help me build house, give money to uncle, and so on and so forth. Can I tell you the bad news? The remittance stream of money will dry up because those of us who are diasporans, we are tired of sending money. We are tired of sending money because the issue of trust is there and all those things. Rather, now let me also say, it's better to create opportunities for people abroad to invest than to be harassing them to come home and invest. Did you hear what I'm saying? It's better to create the environment for them through different instruments, as I heard you are doing in Ondo, for people to pool resources together to invest in either existing companies or new companies in the 4 areas you have created, than asking them to leave their comfort zone there and come here and invest. For example, if I had that opportunity 11 years ago when I started coming to Nigeria, I think my life would have been better. So, if you want more people to invest, now let me tell you, debt, overseas direct investment, and foreign direct investment, they don't follow passion. But diaspora investment can follow passion as well as the other factors. For example, I knew this before I came here. The Ondo people are very passionate about their city. I think you can clap for yourself. And I was telling those who interviewed me earlier this morning, do you have a place where you rear goats? Because the Ondo people they don't joke with their asu. Am I right? Yes. So, what am I trying to say? You must create the passion for them to come home and invest. But more importantly, you must create a platform for them. And that's why I'm very happy that Babajide and his team will still come to talk about the role of ICT. Because ICT is very important in the equation. So let me round up here, because I don't like people stopping me when I'm speaking. Let me round up here. What are the conditions that will make this happen? Now, post-COVID and the Russia invasion of Ukraine has brought a new dynamics. And the new dynamics now is that cost of living, there is cost of living crisis abroad. Right? So that means money will not flow automatically the way it used to flow before. Because you need to be okay before you send money. But if you do a good job, you will surely get investment. And then another point which we must be careful about is that the rate at which people are leaving Nigeria is almost like now an epidemic. I'm sure a lot of you know about Japa. Do you know about Japa? That people are leaving. It is almost becoming an epidemic. And what that means is that the net is becoming bigger for you to fish from. Statistics that I showed initially indicated that there were about 1.4 million Nigerians abroad about 4 or 5 years ago. By next year, that figure will be more than 2.5 million Nigerians. So that means the opportunity to get investment, if you can have good governance, if you can have good structure, if you can have solid IT that will help you get this money, you will be able to, and you are able to give returns on investment to them. Returns on investment. And let me tell you, when you are building your business case, don't overpromise. Underpromise and overdeliver. They are sending this money, they want returns on investment, but they don't want to become Shylocks. They are interested in development, they are passionate about development, but they want to see that things are properly managed. So that will be my opening statement for this panel. I will stop at this point, and then we can then discuss as a panel. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
Dr. Tolani, thank you very much for setting the background very properly. I'm excited. And of course, I'm sure that members of the audience are itching to hear a lot of things. For you to expand conversation on some of the issues you have raised. But I'll come back to you. I'd like to go to Mr. Ayola first, at this point. Now, you're doing something that I call, investing in a local environment. That's exactly what you're doing. Because I know that what you have put on Ileoluji Road and at Ore are enough, stuff to make you one of the biggest billionaires in Nigeria if you put them in some other communities. But you have decided to invest your funds in a local environment. Now, of course, let's call Ondo a local environment as well. Let's just put it in that perspective. I'd like you to share experience with us about investing your money in a local environment. How profitable, how encouraging, how much success have you been able to achieve since you started doing this?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to start from where Doctor left off. I also left the shores of this country some 26 years ago. I can see Wale, we were together in Maryland for quite a while. And I also came back here, started coming back to Nigeria 18 years ago. So I'm going to respond to you by looking at the camera and talking to my folks abroad. I can see three sets of diasporans. There are those who will never come. No matter what we are saying, they won't come. And within that group are those who unfortunately have the same challenges they have in Nigeria before they went to America or wherever they are. Let's be blunt. They didn't succeed in Nigeria, they are not succeeding abroad. There are some who did not succeed in Nigeria but are now succeeding abroad. Some of these folks, they are bitter against Nigeria. Why was I being forced to go to America? The third set of people are those who are successful in Nigeria and they are successful abroad. I will appeal to Ondo Invest to prioritize the target audience. Target those who succeeded in Nigeria who are also succeeding abroad. They are likely to be more positive and responsive. You will not hear things like, God bless America, and then when you mention Nigeria, and Nigeria jaku jaku, the mentality of the jaku jaku will not make them to come to Nigeria. Now, based on my own experience, I will say the most important aspect is the mindset. I could remember when I was working with Cincinnati Bell in Ohio. That was when ICT.com and all that started. Every department I worked, I was thinking how to replicate it in Nigeria. Every department. So I will talk to those set of people, like my brother Akikugbe who had spoken, is successful in Canada, he can succeed here. But there is a problem of trust. I had that problem. I remember when I started, I met a gentleman in Ibadan. The first question he asked me, said, Mr. Ayola, share lokan. And I didn't know how to answer the question. I said, I think I do. But for that statement, I would have packed my loads and go back to Canada or America. You have to have the mindset that you must succeed. Thank God, Jide is here with us. He knows what I'm confronting with the bureaucracy. But for people like him, who understands where I'm coming from, and knows that bureaucracy will disrupt my business, they've taken the burden away from me. They are the advocates talking on my behalf. When I get to a ministry, I don't know how to operate because I'm coming from an environment operating at best business practice. Here is something else. So the success to me has been in the area of having the mindset to succeed by all means and the support of government. When I won't mention names, but when I started years ago, I wanted land. I was not given, in spite of my relationship. But this government came, Jide's dad came and commissioned the factory. The day he was commissioning, he offered me 1,000 hectares of land. I'm telling my folks outside that you can get land. What is important is to address the issue of trust. I have a solution to that. Maybe by the time we are going on, we will talk about that.
All right. Well, I also think that that issue actually will go to Mrs. Ayola. Mrs. Ayola, you run media, essentially. You are in media. You do some media work. Now, Mr. Ayola raised a few issues. He talked about target audience, mindset, and trust. Or essentially, the media is what drives, success in that direction. Now, can the media, abroad, can the media abroad be influenced to get diasporans to actually invest back home?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. A very good question, directly to me. I started the media for Ondo Show. It was just a dream. I slept, and the dream said, go and put all the Ondos together. I spoke to my husband, how do I do that? So he said we should contact the Niger FM in London. When we contacted them, it was like, oh, the Ondos will like that. They charged us £100 for 1 hour on Thursdays. So I said, well, that's not a problem, because we started. I did the broadcasting for the first year myself for 52 weeks, non-stop, paying the £100 per week for 1 hour, so I can gather all my Ondo people. The second year, I realized that, okay, my people are missing some things. So I started the Ondo Kitchat Concert 2017. We sponsored that ourselves. I was happy because a lot of people then, they came from London, from America, we did it in London, right? They came from America, from Nigeria and everything. But there was a particular woman that came from America, still one of our presenters today. She said she has not been to Ondo for 32 years. So when she said that, I said, what? You've not been to Ondo? He said, yes, for a reason. I said, okay, that's not a problem, but this changed her mind. Now, from that platform, we started another one here, which is now OECS. We have an office here. That office was left with somebody for a whole 1 year that we did not even come round, because we put trust on him. When we came, I cried. Over 20 million was spent in that place. And it's like, wow. And I was telling my crew, the crew now that we have today, that if not because of my husband, I'll be done. And when I was doing that, I put some set of young ones, the youths, I put them together as well. We call them Ondo Eki Dream Team, from different countries. Then we have in mind that, okay, we're going to have our own estate in Ondo series. We negotiated a particular land. Then later discovering that this land has issues. Thank God to my husband. You see, he has the opportunity and he has the experience because he was in Nigeria. And he has seen so many things, so he knows how this is going to run. I talk a lot about Ondo Siri because I love my Siri. I am a princess, and I want all of us to come back home to do things over here. But the trust is the problem. Then we look at it that we have this fear that, oh, if I go to Ondo, will I be okay? The security is a big problem. We have so many things that is worrying us. When Dr. Femi Akikwebi, when he came for an interview in our studio, he said, this is what he's doing, this is what he's trying to do. I said, well, the only way that I can convince our people, because I've been talking to them a lot and want us to come back home. We are tired over there. It's only that people don't know. When I talk to my crew, I say, well, you guys thought we were happy over there? It is a second home to us. It doesn't matter whatever it is. We're supposed to be manufacturers and for people to buy things from us. But we don't have the land. But we have the land over here. If they can give us the land, we have the brain. If you help us with the money, if we can access the government funds, we have the brain. We want to come home. We want to be able to establish over here. Yes, but I am having the faith in Eki Invest that this is possible. Because if this is an organization, if it's a consortium, and we put our money there, our loss will not be as much as what we have faced. Today, if you keep on sending money to somebody, someone will tell you, oh, they just give me a checking change of 10,000 naira. I tell you what, when you go to work, for you to get that 10,000 naira that you have changed, it takes a lot. We know we're feeling the pain, but we want to make sure that Ondo 3 is actually London tomorrow. I'll stop there, so I don't want to waste your time. I'll be back.
Mrs. Ayola, I see that you still feel the pain. And of course, that must send a message to everyone who is here. But I will not leave you yet, because now we have identified a problem. The problem of trust. A lot of people in the diaspora don't trust the folks back home. There must be a way out of this challenge. And I know that the media, of course, which you are in, has a lot to do to change mindsets. Mr. Ayola talked about mindset. And so, I'd like you to briefly, before I go on to Dr. Tolani. Oh, okay, yeah, Dr. Tolani, please, you can.
Sorry. I think for me, that issue of trust, it has to be, like, I was in London at a time and some people were asking me that I should be a brand ambassador for Nigeria. And the question I asked them, what should I promote? What am I supposed to sell? Oh, I should tell people that they don't steal money in Nigeria? Or I should tell people that ASU is not on strike for 7 months? Because I don't understand what you want me to do. So my issue is very simple. Eki invest. You have a simple job to do. Harness resources. Have good governance. Let people invest. And let them see returns on investment. Mr. Aludiola has said, giving his own testimony of how the government has helped him. I have my own testimony, how I spoke to the government. Somebody on Saturday, I wasn't even saying I needed land for my factory. But I was just having this chat with this person on Saturday, and on Monday, somebody called me and said, I have been told you are looking for land for your factory. Send in your application. Within the same week, I got the land. Sorry, I'm a pastor, so I will use Bible. There used to be a man in the Bible in the book of John chapter 9, he was blind from his mother's womb. When he was healed by Jesus, they said, don't tell people, because that man is a madman. He doesn't know what he's doing. He told them, he said, whether he's mad or he's not mad, I don't know. But one thing that I know is this: I was blind, now I can see. So, my sister, my mommy is sitting there. We are working together to have an industrialization policy of Ondo State reviewed. Can you clap for her? So if there are proper policies, if there are results of success, that is the only way. The issue of trust. So when some people are saying, I was burnt, some other people are saying, I wasn't burnt. And they are showing their example. They are telling you how it worked for them. That is what, in my opinion, can remedy the issue of the trust. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Tolani, thank you very much. I think what you have said is what the media can sell. But again, the question really is the media strong enough? I mean, the Nigerian media platform, is it strong enough to actually, for instance, the testimony of Mr. Ayola and Dr. Tolani, can these testimonies be actually sold to the people in the diaspora?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You see, because I've always told them to come to Ondo. We have 3 channels. We have Ondo Ekichacho, right? We have about 20 presenters. We present on Thursdays, on Saturdays, and on Sundays. We have presenters all over the world. I started it alone, but I invited other Ondo speakers to come down there, all right? After that, we have OECS. They are now streaming, right? We have that as well. We have Global Yoruba. Everything we are doing here, we've been doing since yesterday, is channeled all over the world. So we are the media, we are a strong one, connecting all the Ondos together. If we need anything to do with Ondo, come to us.
Sorry, let me interject you. Are the people in the diaspora connecting?
They are
as you desire?
Yes.
As much is the enthusiasm?
The enthusiasm is there. They understand what we are doing, and I'm quite sure. Like I'll be on Ondo Ekicha show because I choose the days where I'm on different platforms. Because I have a particular platform as well that is called Roundtable Royale. I think Dr. Femi Akikwebi was interviewed on Roundtable Royale. Honorable Jibayo was interviewed on Roundtable Royale. So obviously we have like 4 platforms where we chose who to interview in different places. So we are connecting all Ondos, we are connecting all Yorubas, we are connecting everybody all over the world. Everything we do, just come over to us.
All right. Now, before I ask that the microphone
so they are hearing you now. And if I tell them today, do you understand? Don't worry. Eke Invest will do it for you. You know, I have made that noise. Let's go home. And they were ready to follow us. Do you understand? I came over, I had that experience. I felt a little bit chilled. Oh my God. This wasn't what I'm supposed to go back to them with. But now today, with Eke Invest, it's different. Because this is a consortium that you will put your money in, and from there, things will happen. I'm happy, and I know there will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Tolani, very quickly. Now, you talked about overseas development assistance, foreign direct investment, having conditions that must be met. I wish that you expand conversation on these conditions.
Okay, so very quickly, overseas direct investment, I use American money as an example because I got grants from the American government. America gives you money, 90% of the money goes back to America. Because you have to use American, are you listening, sir? You have to use American contractor, you have to buy American goods, and Owabu, Kino Mankwe, when you Owabu, one financial bulalejo. So they give you money, they list all the conditions that you must meet. That's number one. Debt, they tell you you can't use the money for this, you can't use the money for that. However, even foreign direct investment, an investor has to worry about security. He has to worry about people cheating him. Because I know it's a fact. If Oyibo wants to buy something from you, you try to get something out of the Oyibo, isn't it? If something is 10 naira, you say it's 100 naira because it's Oyibo. So those things, people are afraid of those. But for diaspora investment, they know the terrain. They are Ondo people. They love their city, so they will not give you conditions. However, what they will give you is, we want this money to be transparently and properly managed with returns on investment. Let me tell you some of the things you can do. You could even start, because Bosnia and Herzegovina, they had a project that was supported by UNDP. That project, there was war in that area at some time, and they had a lot of diasporans that were abroad. So part of the project they did was they got mentors, people from abroad, that you could co-opt into your company to help you as members of the board. Because what anybody looks for in terms of investment is proper governance. Proper governance. It will shock you. I have 4 companies, and it is only this year, in 11 years, that I've actually signed a check myself for my own company. Because my director unfortunately traveled to Canada for holiday. In fact, when he was traveling, I said, yay, how will I get money from the account? Because I didn't even know how to get money from the account of my own company. That is proper governance. When it is not just you, you know that this money, I tell people, if my personal account was the same as my company account, the company and myself would have been bankrupt. Because everybody you are doing wedding, they will call me. Burial, they call me. This, they call me. They think we have inexhaustible funds. So I made sure I separated my personal account from my company's account. That is proper governance. Ekia Invest. Bring proper consultants. Bring people who are credible to your board. Show proper governance. Show return on investment. You will see how diasporans will flock you.
I just want to add this to what Dr. Tolani said. I think what we'll be interested in over there is for us to see the back office. You need to use technology, algorithm. Use it properly for us. Let us put our money. Let's see, okay, you deliver on whatever you're going to promise us. Don't over-deliver. Don't over-promise. But try to do over-delivery. Because when we see all this, we'll be able to tell ourselves that there's something happening there. Then if we want to come home, we know that at least there's something as backup for us. Because if you come home yourself, you don't know where the land is. They told you they bought it. By the time you get there, you are even scared to go in the bush. Okay, you've seen it now. Okay, what do I do next? That one is taking the money from you. This one is taking the money from you. By the time you are going back home, you are borrowing money. But if you are not doing anything, and you give everything to this particular Ekia Invest, and they give you your money, I tell you, you will enjoy yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayola. I'd like Mr. Ayola to take his last shot. And of course, that is essentially from the perspective of experience. Now you have done this. I'd like you to project into the future, one, of diasporans investing in Nigeria. And more importantly, what do you see with the Ekia Invest going forward?
Thank you very much. As I said, diasporas, there are even local diasporans, in the sense that I'm from Okegbo. I'm a diasporan to Okegbo because I was born and bred in Ondo. If I'm walking through Okegbo now for 3 hours, they won't recognize me. And the warning was, don't come here because of witches. And I told them, witches of Okegbo should now be drinking red wine and not blood. People approached my pastor to say, why did you allow that man to go there? I've been there since 2018. We started with a crushing plant. By the grace of God, we're expanding to vegetable oil and all that. Nobody killed me. And things will start to grow. So my folks abroad, witches are no longer drinking blood. There's a lot of red wine out there for them to drink. That's number one. Number two, Ekia Invest, this trust thing. Yesterday, I invited representatives of First Bank trustees to come and listen to the people. I use them for a purpose. There is this succession issue. My children are abroad. They're not going to come here. So what happens to my investment after God calls me? I don't want the place to stop. Whatever philanthropy I'm doing, I don't want it to stop. So I involve a trust company. And I'm now telling my folks, If you don't trust Akikwebi now, come through a trust. Put your money in UBA trustee, First Bank trustee, whatever. They know the language they will speak. They will give you the dividend you require. Mr. Akikwebi will give them exit strategy to leave the place. So what are you scared of? If witches don't drink blood, if your money is safe, so why not come? If you have one of yours that started small and is now growing, please come. The more the merrier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ade Ayola. Thank you, Chairman Bambi Farms. Dr. Patrick Tolani, thank you very much, Development Consultant. Mrs. Ayola, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. I'm very confident that the diasporans are now set to actually invest in Ondo Kingdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akinwumi Abodede. Thank you very much. And to the panelists, we say thank you very much. And I think one of the key words here is trust. Finding the right man to do the right job, to see the community grow here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, still standing on the existing protocol, to my MHR, my commissioners, all officials present here this afternoon, we say thank you very much once again for being a part of this and being a part of this community. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a pause from all talks now and we get entertained before we move on with this event. And it is my pleasure to invite a man who gave us the best of music yesterday. Is still very much right here in this hall to entertain us and give us some time out here this afternoon, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Dotune to give us music. Please round of applause for Dotune. That's on the board. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sheyo. We're too quiet. Sheyo. It don't want to why. Sheyo. I want to do me. It ain't you every time.
Part of my heritage, it is what I am. Yes, come and do me. It ain't your alẹ́ wọn máa ń gbó dédé ọmọ amúlá méjì lójú ṣẹyẹ kí mògún mọ kí wọn òun àmàlà ní o àkàrí bá ti ṣe ní àkàlọ́dà gbégbá àyùlà àyùbọ̀ ọwọ́ yẹn mú ẹ̀ máa rìn o láìlò láìlò lẹ́rù láìlò 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 lẹ́rù láìlò akíwọ̀n mi akíwọ̀n mi akíwọ̀n mi akíwọ̀n mi ọmọdún àwáyé eré ẹ̀yàn wà mẹ́ láti òkúkọ. ṣéyàn Ondo akímogun o mọ̀táìlàtò Ondo akímogun o mọ̀táìlàtò Ondo akímogun o mọ̀táìlàtò sẹ́ Ondo akímogun o mọ̀táìlàtò akíwọ̀n mi Ondo akíwọ̀n mi o akíwọ̀n mi o akíwọ̀n mi o èèrà ìlòlò èèrà ìlòlò Ondo akímogun o mọ̀táìlàtò Ondo akímogun o Akíwájú Akíwájú mi 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 Thank you. Now before I leave, I have to drop the national anthem of Ondo Kingdom. Can I have it, please? Can I have it, please? Thank you. I call it the national anthem of Ondo Kingdom. Thank you. Hear you. These are our anthem.
ACI activated.
Need a be measure. Need a be more for. Yeah. There is something I've come to know. Hey, man, I want more man, do now. Na 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 na. Need a be measure. Yeah. Need a be more for. Yeah. There is something I've got to know. Hey man, I want more man, don't I care. Yeah, Ondo amani, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Kati mugu amani, kati mugu amasawa, amasawa. Ondo bonenui, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Kimogu amanui ke, amuna mejisha yamo. Amasawa, amasawa, amasawa. We are the people from Ijama, Ijama go them mommy. Hey Ondo Nagidi, my brother, it's my pride. When it comes to beauty, I'll be a wildfire. When it comes to strength, Ondo measure. There is something you need to know. You need to know. Hey man, I want more man, don't I go. Hey, Ondo amani, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Amasawa, Ondo bonenui, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Ogo amanui, amuna mejisha yao. Amasawa, amasawa, amasawa. After Ibowa dajason. Ekiba me agidi se la sepo. Imo ise boya ne. Oya ba mi me wuro, ba mi me firi di mbalo kili di wele na lo mi golu. Baile de na gbogbo ki o yan jeja. Ondo amani, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Ekimugu amani, ekimugu amasawa, amasawa. Ondo bonenui, Ondo amasawa, amasawa. Ekimugu amani, amuna mejisha yao. Amasawa, 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 Ondo, Ondo, Amasawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I will learn that one. Ma fi ṣe ringtone mi. Yes. Torodun púpọ̀. Thank you very much for being a pride of the kingdom in entertainment. Shortly, we will be moving to the second panel discussion on ICT as a catalyst for development. But there are two issues that have been raised, and we will attend to those two issues because it shows that the people are actually connecting with what we are doing here. The first is that some people want us to briefly explain what had been said to them. You know, all the big grammar of Dr. Tolani, Mrs. Ayola and Mr. Ade Ayola. So, a máa sọ briefly ní Yorùbá. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, nǹkan mẹ́ta pàtàkì ni àwọn tó sọ̀rọ̀ bá wa sọ. Ìkíní ni wípé ká máa ṣòótọ́ pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn wa tí ò sí nílé. Torí ṣe mọ̀ wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà tí wọ́n bá fi owó ránṣẹ́, àwọn kan kì í ṣe gbogbo wa o, a mọ̀ pé kì í ṣe gbogbo wa. Àmọ́ àwọn tó ń ṣe èbìtà láàrin wa, wọ́n á gbowó yẹn, nǹkan tí wọ́n ní kàn fi ṣe wọ́n ní ṣe, àbí ṣe bóòtọ́ ni àwọn kan ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, àbí? Àmọ́ ṣe mọ̀ pé tí àwọn èèyàn tó wà ní Amẹ́ríkà, Canada, gbogbo ẹ̀ tó bá ń gbọ́rù nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, tó bá nírú experience inú wọn ò ní dùn, àbí ṣé inú wọn máa dùn? Ó ṣe pàtàkì pé bí wọ́n bá ṣe ń fi owó ránṣẹ́ sílé, a fi ń ṣe nǹkan tí wọ́n ní ká fi ṣe. Ìkejì ni pé ó tiẹ̀ ti ń sú wọn, ó ti ń rẹ̀ wọ́n láti máa fowó ránṣẹ́ sílé lásán. Wọ́n fẹ́ pé kí owó tí wọ́n fi ń ránṣẹ́ sílé kó jẹ́ pé nǹkan gbòógì tó máa mú ìdàgbà wá sí ìlú ni wọ́n fi ń ṣe. Ìyẹn ló ṣe jẹ́ pé nǹkan tá à ń ṣe ń bí lénìí ó mà ṣe pàtàkì púpọ̀ jù o. Torí wípé tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé táwọn bá fowó ránṣẹ́ sílé, wọ́n á fi sínú ilé iṣẹ́ tó máa pèsè iṣẹ́ fún àwọn èèyàn ìlú. Ó ṣe pàtàkì. Ìyẹn ni pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má fi bùkátà yín pa wọ́n lára jù. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹ máa encourage wọn. Mi mọ̀ bí mo ṣe máa sọ yẹn ní Yorùbá, ẹ má bínú. Ẹ máa gbà wọ́n níyànjú. Ẹ ṣe Dr. Akínkúẹbí. Ẹ máa gbà wọ́n níyànjú ipe irú nǹkan tá à ń ṣe ń bí irú ẹ̀ kí invest yìí kán fi owó sí i kí wọ́n lè kọ́ ilé iṣẹ́ tí àwọn ọmọ wa máa fi ríṣẹ́, tí àwọn ọmọ wa tó wà nílé bá ríṣẹ́, àní fi bùkátà pa wọ́n lára, àbí? Ìkẹta ni wípé ẹ jẹ́ kí àwa fúnra wa tá a wà nílé ká fi àwọn kinní wọ̀nyí hàn, ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ kí invest, ká jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, ká pọ́n lé ju bó ṣe rí sìn, ká lè jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé nǹkan tó máa gbèrú sí ni, àti wípé àwa tá a wà nílé à make sure pa manage dáadáa kó lè jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí wọ́n á fi máa yan gan ni, even gan bí wọ́n bá ṣe wà ní ìlú òyìnbó. Ẹ ṣé. Now, the second part of this request from the audience is that they want to ask questions. We don't have much time. Ẹ má bínú, àárí àkókò ọjọ́ mùsùlùkùn ọjọ́ ń lọ ṣe mọ̀, àdẹ̀sí nìkan tó pọ̀ tá a máa ṣe. Àmọ́ a máa gba èèyàn méjì, 2 questions for the previous panelists. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bá ti wá síwájú, tá a bá ti pè yín, tẹ́ ẹ wá síwájú, ẹ sọ orúkọ yín, kẹ̀dẹ̀ béèrè yín ní ṣókí. Please, 2 questions. If you have any question or comment, please raise up your hand. I'll call you and we'll do it quickly. Okay, 1. Yes, 1. 2. Please come first. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ máa bọ̀ sá. Ẹ má bínú pé ẹ máa dúró díẹ̀, àmọ́ kó lè yá wa náà ni. Okay, 3 questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Forgive me, I will not speak Yoruba, I will speak English. I'm more comfortable speaking English. I want to commend the organizers of this event, and I want to make just one comment. I went through the program, I heard the discussions. I did not see, you have not involved a lawyer in this discussion. And it's a big gap, because there's no way you would do investments that you would not need legal advice, legal guidance. One of the diaspora spoke about FBN Quest trustees. These are the things that if you speak to a lawyer will guide you on the various opportunities and how to deal with different issues. And I think we need to get that. It's very important. We should have involved the lawyers. We have lawyers in this community. We have good lawyers in this community. I'm a lawyer. I started practicing here before I traveled. And I think it's important that we get them involved. Let them tell us the laws that are available to protect your interest. Let us tell us the structures that you can adopt and various options. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Shindolure. Thank you very much. My brother and classmates in secondary school, please, that will be for, okay, so let's ask all the questions first, then.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Joseph. My thought goes this way, is a thought that in the aspect of diaspora sending money to Nigerians, in the aspect of trust, a diaspora knows the economic of Nigeria varies each and every day due to dollar rates. And a diaspora sending money for a contract. And in the trust, you trust the person you send the money to. But he went to market to bargain, to not ask out for the price. He made his quotation out. He sent you the quotation. And you as a diaspora sending the money like 2 to 3 months after the quotation. And you think that after you sending the money, now tell you that some price have rise due to the varies in dollar trade exchange. And now you have it difficult to trust the person again. That why is that? And I want just to know, all the diaspora to take note that please, we are not. It's not everybody that is fraud. It's not everybody that is fraud. Thank you so much, sir.
Trust issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. My name is Oba Adesanoye. But let me ask my question in Yoruba so that our people will understand it perfectly. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo bẹ̀ yín, mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká fi ọkàn sí gbogbo nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí. Ó dàbí ìbéèrè, kò dẹ̀ ń ṣe ìbéèrè bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú bí a ṣe gbọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àti gbogbo nǹkan tí à ń rí tí a gbọ́ wọ̀nyí, mo rí òtítọ́ gidi dìmú ní gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ táwọn èèyàn wọn táwọn invite wá síbí, most especially lórí trust. Àwọn tó bá fẹ́ wá invest ní Nàìjíríà tàbí tó fẹ́ wá invest l'Ondo, are they trust us? Àwa táwa ń bí pẹ̀lú àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ti rí sẹ́yìn tó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀, bóyá bá mi kọ́lé fún adáwó yìí tàfà tiẹ̀ síbòmíì. Now ẹjọ́ question tí mo fẹ́ béèrè ni pé a ti ń gbọ́ kò sílẹ̀, àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n wá ilẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní ilẹ̀ fún ara wọn ṣùgbọ́n kò sí capital láti establish, wọ́n dẹ̀ ní something upstage láti ṣe. Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe lè get capital that lè help wọn? Ẹjọ́, that's my question.
All right, it's talking about capital to invest. Sorry, we can't take more than 3. When we take the next session, all right. Well, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ale Obaye, thank God that this kind program is happening in our lifetime. I think this first of its kind in Ondo City. I really appreciate and praise God in the life of Dr. Femi Akikwebi for organizing this, and Dr. Nelson and every other personnel in this success. I thank God for your lives. One of my questions, later I will have some further one, but let me start with this because I want yewa and when power wake up for fee oro yeba mu oju omo mo oro ni se pare. Mo appreciate one of the steps Governor wa Ondo State you take, and what is it? Is blood. He involved him in the governance of the state and even in the progress of the state. Now we can see him doing wonders and a lot of things. At least in few years' time, he must have been matured. That was more matured on how to make governance and so many other things. Now my question is, thank God the diasporas, they were here, they were hearing this. And our leaders as well, they were here, they are hearing this. Our community leader, political leaders, they were here. Now, what are they doing in that respect? Because Nigamba send Owosuli, thank that year for fee, Amowoni, Amusheun, Owoni Elo. Àwọn ọmọ wa ya busy diaspora. Lóòótọ́ a lọ in greener pasture to look for greener pasture to get money and make money. We are expected to bring back what we have gotten over there back home. So what is the take of the diaspora and our leader doing in this regard? Not to make it a tradition for our Omowa that come back home, for them to continue on what they have built, for them to know where their heritage is from. So what are they doing on this regard so that what they have labored for will not be in vain? Thank you.
Dr. Tolani, please.
Apologies that you didn't ask us this question and we had to come back. The first thing to say is thank you, my learned friend, about not asking lawyers to speak. The truth of the matter is that it's not even only lawyers we need. We need accountants, we need different professionals if we have to do things right. But the truth of the matter is those details will come later. When you now have a key investment, you have a proper board constituted for it. Is Femi listening to me? Yes, you have a proper board, and if you want to be transparent, have some members of people in diaspora on that board. And they are Nigerians. I'm a lawyer, a Nigerian, who even wherever he stay in the world, could be a member of board of a company in Nigeria. And board meetings now can hold virtually. So they don't have to come to Nigeria. So have members of people who are diasporans to be on the board. Let them know what is happening with the company. And transparency is the most important. So transparency is my answer to the question of variation. There is nobody who doesn't know that in Nigeria of today, prices change every day. But somebody sent you 1 million, and then when price changed, he was calling you, and you did not pick his phone. Hello? Is somebody listening to me? That means, because I learned a lot after coming to Nigeria in 11 years, what your voicemail. So that is where the fear comes from. But if the guy, even before the guy calls you, you called him and said, sorry, the money you gave me last week, cement was 20,000. I don't know how much they sell cement. Now it has become 25. What should we do about it? So openness, transparency, trust is still the issue. The third question was about, what was it again? Yeah, bringing the children. Can I answer you? Can I answer you about bringing the children? Leave our children alone. Because those ones, they are Onyibo already. Just forget about those ones to start. Because me that I'm talking to you, I know how much money I spent for my daughter to come and do NYC in Nigeria. Are you listening to me? The moment I wanted her to come, I went to Abuja, I did evaluation and everything, so I was thinking that the girl will come. And then she got a job. So I will tell her to leave her job and come and do your NYC. You're wasting time. And then she did masters. After doing masters, I was very happy. Oh, she'll come and do NYC again. I revived it. I went to Abuja. I went to NYC. I will do the posting. I will make sure I give her a car. I'll make sure I put her in a place where she'll be safe. And then, after masters, she got a job again. Next thing, she bought a house. 25 years. They're now telling me to bring her to Nigeria. You better concentrate on people like me first. If you are successful with people like me, then the testimony that I have can now appeal to them. But if you have not convinced my generation, and you are now trying to convince their generation, I will tell you it is far, far, far foul.
Okay, I think Dr. Tolani has answered all the questions. So we know where we're going and what we should do. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Tolani, for answering the questions. Okay, so Mrs. Ayola, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, everyone, once again. I just want to talk about the question of the last brother that says, bringing our children home. Yes, we want to bring our children home. This is our home. Ondo Ekichacho abroad. There is that platform is for our children that cannot speak Ondo properly. Even Yoruba, they can't speak it properly. But to God be the glory. One of them is getting married in October 22nd, found, the Ondo guy found her on that platform. It's a big testimony. So they are getting married. I'll be back home there for that wedding. Now, our children, yes, we went from here. We cannot take the land with us. We cannot do anything over there. The Onyibos there is their own home. They don't have anywhere else. Their parents are into manufacturing. We go to Tesco. We go to Walmart. We go to everywhere to go and shop. Either we like it or not. I don't want to say this, but I have to say it. Our children, we bring them home on holidays. But when you are coming, you have to be praying. You have to be praying that, please, let us come safely and go back safely. Security is one problem. Electricity, which is energy, is another problem. One of our daughters was supposed to come home in April. But because of the place that she works for in London, my husband was saying, what is the data something that we can buy? Because she has to be online to be working. So we don't even know what to do. We want them to be home to take over what we are doing. And another route that we can look at is the trustee that my husband was talking about. If you establish a trustee for your children,
That is taking the conversation in a whole new direction. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for joining us. I'm told that you are an advocate of dry port in Ondo. Even before this deep sea port happens, you want us to have a dry port in Ondo. Well, I'm sure that members of council, are listening to you about that. Okay. I'd like to invite one of the sponsors of this event for a goodwill message. Before we go to the next panel discussion, I'd like to invite Mr. Felix Aremu of Tetraco Energy, one of the sponsors of this very fantastic summit. He will speak to us for about 2 minutes, and of course I'm sure he will greet us in Ondo language.
Thank you very much. I thank the organizer of Ondo Development and Economy Summit 2022 for inviting me to give a goodwill message at this summit with the theme Exploring Global Investment Opportunity. My name is Felix Aremo. I am from Ondo State. I'm also the Chief Financial Officer and the Finance Director of Tetraco Energy Limited. Tetraco Energy Limited is a Pan-African sustainable energy solution company that we are based in Lagos, and we have presence in Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and we are working to go to South Africa very soon, and we are currently discussing with the government of Nigeria Republic. And our mission is to let the entire world know that good things do come from Nigeria, and we are taking energy crusade across Africa, leveraging on the opportunity we have in Nigeria. Currently, we are working with Jacobi Energy, planning to turn into industrial hub. By the Spirit grace of God, we will start the project this month, and we believe that the project will further economic development not only in Ondo State, but across Nigeria. For example, we are working to start with CNG distribution, and before the end of this quarter, which is September ending, we will start with the plan with LNG. We want to be producing, our plan is to build an LNG plant that will produce 10 million scoop of LNG, liquefied natural gas, and we have identified the northern market for that. And one of the things that we want to do is to promote the federal government gas project by having station in Ore very soon, wherein if you have automobile that you are powering with gas, you can get there and fill in your tank. So at Tetraco, we identify scarcely with the organizer, and we believe that if offered the opportunity, what we are planning to do at Ore, we will bring it to Ondo Township. We are committed to lighting Ondo Township by providing sustainable energy solution that will promote the industrial development in the environment. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure you heard what he said. One for fee. Eh? Please put your hands together for him. His company is doing a wonderful thing to drive investment and industrialization in Ondo Town. Thank you very much, Tetraco Energy, for that proposal. We know that you will do it, and we will be truly grateful for it. All right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next line of conversation, and it is on ICT as catalyst for development.
Our aspect is ICT hub. Our aspect is ICT hub in Ondo Town, and presently we have an existing. Our aspect is ICT hub in Ondo Town, and presently we have an existing. Our aspect is ICT hub in Ondo Town, and presently we have an existing ICT hub located along Ademulego called Z Hub. And basically what we do there is to empower and train and follow up on incubators and people that want to go into the technological industry, be it from schools, from organization, entrepreneurship, your own business.
The panel discussion 3, ICT Catalyst to Development. Make welcome with me, the panelists, Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, DJ Pimo, Engineer Ayo Tunde Bali, and Olumbe Akegube.
Mr. Akinwumi Akinwale to step forward for this part of the conversation. Thank you very much. Gentlemen who are doing fantastic things in ICT, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, perhaps this platform, this session, is to talk about the now and the future of our society. Whether we like it or not, the world is driven by ICT, and except we key properly into ICT, we may be going nowhere. Industrialization, anything, even entertainment, is driven by ICT today. And so I'd like to respectfully request that we pay attention to the conversation that will go from here, so that we can take away the necessary things that will take our industrialization desires to the next level. Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, thank you. Engineer Ayotune Bali, thank you. Mr. Akinwumi Akinwale, thank you. I'd like to start with you. Of course, the good thing is that young people are the ones who are more involved with ICT. But I'd like you to give us your assessment of the ICT penetration, especially among the young folks of Nigeria. And this I say essentially not based on the Facebook things we do and all of that, but the real penetration that can drive development. Give us your assessment of the youth penetration.
Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming you want me to focus on Ondo State.
Yes, Ondo State, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for having us on this platform. I think the youth penetration, I mean, I'm assuming you want me to focus on Ondo State. Yes, Ondo State, yes. Okay, thank you. And thank you all for having us on this platform. I think the youth penetration, I mean, I'm assuming you want me to focus on Ondo State. Yes, Ondo State, yes. Okay, thank you. And thank you all for having us on this platform. I think from my experience, and I can give you a little backstory, when this administration came on, I think we were we're not the first hub, but we set up the first what you call tripartite hub that had state government, or rather government, academia, and private sector working together to create something. And our biggest observation around doing that was there's a lot of people doing a lot of things, and this is thanks to the proliferation of mobile technology. So a lot of people are just in their own space because on the one hand, we've not had the infrastructure to bring them together or the data to even know what anybody's doing, which is why I can't really answer the question. But at the same time, I can at least give some insight to our experience. And what we tend to see in an Ondo State is where you have the college towns is where you have this bustling, this vibrancy with people that are really driving ICT adoption or usage. Specifically in Akure, just because of FUTA. I mean, FUTA is a technology school, so people are trained there to be ICT compliant by default. So you tend to see that very large concentration in FUTA. To a large extent, of course, Ondo Town has quite a few universities, and so you're seeing some activity here, but the bulk of the activity you see with ICT and any sort of maybe SME or innovative work, most of that is emanating from FUTA. In other words, in that Akure metropolis. Most other areas were heavy on social media, So I would say one of the biggest concerns is a lot of people are just consuming information. And of course, so let's put it that way. A lot of people are consuming information or communicating, but it's only a very few that are leveraging this idea of what is ICT, or in other words, they are leveraging technology to solve problems. There are very few. And that's something we're hoping to try to fix and improve on.
Thank you very much, Engineer Babajide Akeredolu. Engineer Ayotune Bailey. Okay, flowing from what Engineer Akeredolu just talked about, a lot of people, a lot of young folks just consume information. Now, naturally, I'm sure that anybody who is a major stakeholder in ICT will be worried about that. So how do we change the narrative?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on the panel. In fact, I don't think the youths are consuming enough data as far as I'm concerned, and that's as a result of a lot of factors. One, we need a data revolution in Nigeria. And what do I mean by that? Do you know and realize that the cost of data, a gig of data in Nigeria, as compared to that of India, that have experienced a lot of developmental progress over the past few years, is almost 300% difference. It costs, a gig of data in India, okay, is 9 pence. In Nigeria, it's about 9 cents. In Nigeria, it's about $2.33, which means that an average Nigerian uses 5 gig of data a month. If you calculate that in Naira, the average 5 gig in Nigeria is around 10,000 Naira. So when you talk about consumption of data, we're actually not consuming enough because data is very expensive in Nigeria. And there's no way we can have a real sustainable development without the availability of data. Because the whole point of ICT is information, communication, technology. How do we bring people online? How do we pass on information to them digitally? So the way I think we need to tackle the issue of ICT in development is to first revolutionize the old data consumption and provision, data provision. Because the government, there's a huge monopoly in the market. Now, let me use India as a case study. In India, they had the same issue of high data costs, okay? But they realized that for them to be able to take development, messages, solutions to the most deprived in their communities, they needed to use ICT. I mean, there's no better way to do it. So the first thing they did was to reduce the barrier to entry for telco companies, Okay, so that would foster competition within the telco space, and as a result, it will naturally drive down the cost of data. That is what we need in Nigeria. Because if you look at the cost of actually setting up a telco company in Nigeria, it does not allow for an SME or an average Nigerian, an indigenous company, to play in that space until we are able to create that enabling environment and that low entry barrier for indigenous companies to come in and tackle the likes of the MTNs, the Glows, and the other guys, Airtels. These are, we're not going to see any major change in the ICT sector because nothing happens without data. So
before I leave you, of course you have spoken extensively about the issues, the challenge. What exactly is hindering that digital revolution?
I mean, it's quite broad. I mean, there's no one problem, okay? But for us to be able to, for me, it's important to look at the base, the foundation of it all. The foundation of it all is the access. So we don't have access. For me to be able to do any reasonable research online, I would consume over 10 gig of data in a month. So, that is why, and most of these kids, Nigeria is a country that 70% of us are already living below poverty line. There's a huge poverty in the land.
So the poverty dimension.
The poverty dimension is also there. So the current data that we have is too expensive for the most deprived to purchase.
Okay, Mr. Akinwumi Akinwale. Now, I'm minded to think that we have a huge problem on our hands, especially because in this space, in Nigeria, we may not be able to really take down costs like Engineer Tudebali talked about. Even though I know that when MTN came initially and all of that, the cost of was very high, but when indigenous companies got into that space. But essentially, if we achieve that goal of bringing down costs, how much of penetration, how much of embracing, better still, can we actually achieve, especially with companies, beginning with SMEs?
If internet penetration in Nigeria gets higher, if we have, and it's going to happen very soon, since we have Facebook, Meta, and Microsoft landing cable internet, undersea cable internet in Nigeria very soon. I think Facebook already did. They should open it up by December. Microsoft is following very swiftly. It won't take a lot of time for, if the cost of the internet goes down and the speed increases for everybody. A lot of people don't think the internet is important to their business. We come around to the idea. But more than that, we need to create value. Like Emi said, we should not only be consumers of internet data, we should also, turn this thing into money. We need to create companies, either individually or collectively, where we can, compete with industries all over the world. IT industries. And that starts with education. We need our schools to do more with computer education. Teach students as early as possible about computers, and as early as secondary school, get them onto programming, web design, graphic design, these things. And then by the time we go higher, we can start talking about AI and everything else. But before then, internet penetration in Nigeria, I believe, will rise in the next couple of years, much more than we have right now. The signs are there. And when it gets to a point where it's cheap, they are virtually giving it away, a whole lot of business will go online. And then we start opening up internet and web stores. People will get around to the idea of shopping online, and from there, it can only get better.
Thank you very much. You made it sound so easy and simple, but I know that it's not that easy. Engineer Babajide, now, he talked about, getting people, SMEs involved and all of that. In the next few years, it will happen, okay? I see that everyone is excited about that. But I also know that in the recesses of your mind, you're thinking, okay, so how do we achieve this? Now, the how is what I want you to address. How do we get, I know that in schools, for instance, in Ondo State, for instance, there are very many schools where computer studies, there's computer studies and all of that. But the real users of ICT, the people who should really use ICT, how do we actually build that platform to make it strong enough?
Thank you. I'm glad you asked me that question, because I'll get to tell you what Ondo State itself is doing. I'll take you back to what I said. When we set up the hubs in Ondo State, our biggest observation was connectivity. So, I mean, ICT is driven by connectivity. So really, the internet and data is at the heart of everything. And if you can't get that done right, there's so many things that cannot work too well. So our observation was, yes, we had quite a number of innovation hubs, but connectivity was a problem. So what you see is great concepts are designed in Ondo State, then they move to Ibadan, they move to Lagos. And we kept on getting that issue. So the issue then became, how do you solve that? At the core of solving that is your infrastructure, or what you say is your fiber backbone, what will drive connectivity. Not, I mean, yes, cellular is fine, but that's not what would drive the kind of exponential growth or leapfrogging we're trying to achieve. So what needs to work is you laying your fiber infrastructure. Now, what the state did with the federal government was the federal government already had a plan to increase connectivity across the country. So what we now did as a state was, okay, federal government has a vendor they want to use in the southwest. But then this vendor is, they are supposed to crash what you call the right of way so that they can lay their cables. So what Ondo State did was, well, we know if this vendor, we make it more enticing for him to focus on Ondo State, we get one of the biggest benefits because, like he said, the Equiano cable from Facebook and then Google's cables that are coming in, they're all going to pass through Ondo State somewhere. So now, if your strategy is, let's bring this Infraco, which telco infrastructure company, to domicile here and lay fiber and most importantly, what you call last mile. So getting fiber to every school, every hospital, every other major government parastatal, it starts to make things interesting. So when we reach out to them, we had said, look, we'll give you these concessions if you double down on Ondo State. And so in other words, the goal was bring fiber infrastructure into the state and the state to support you in every way possible. So, I mean, I'm happy to announce that I know as 2 weeks ago, they had already brought in about 100 kilometers worth of fiber ducts. So now they should start digging sometime next month. So the strategy is simple. Let's get as much fiber infrastructure in the state as possible and let the private sector build on that. So whether it means us building what you call a landing station in Ilaje so that we can get high-speed internet connectivity. We've been talking with Microsoft and a few of the other players, Amazon AWS, about building data centers. It starts to open up so many doors that we didn't have before just because we didn't have that infrastructure. And then most importantly, these ingenious or innovative projects that are being developed in Ondo State, they don't have to move because now everything is remotely done. I can stay in Akure, it's cheaper, or I can stay in Ondo Town, it's cheaper, but I have high-speed internet to interface with my clientele, to interface with my partners. It changes the game. But at the heart of all of this is infrastructure. If you don't have the connectivity infrastructure, you can't go far.
Before I leave you, now the government is investing heavily in infrastructure or ICT infrastructure. As a matter of fact, it is even bending over backwards from your analysis to actually get this to happen. The next thing is for business owners, companies, and all of that, the private sector, to key into all of this. How much of keying in have you been able to achieve, from the private sector, especially those who are in industrialization, enterprises, and all of that?
So to be quite honest, because this is still in very nascent stages, we can't say too much has been done. But at least from the point of view of the state, for them to key in, they need to see a plan. So the states, unfortunately, Mr. Akinkugbe, the chairman of SITA, isn't here, but he could have told you there's a lot of work between my office and his office to develop this digitization roadmap that gives people a clear idea of what the state is trying to achieve. Because that way, people can say, okay, I can key into this aspect or key into that aspect. So the big thing for us is giving that framework and giving that roadmap, or pretty much revealing what the vision is. And at the core of our vision is we're looking at two phrases, two R's: recoverability and redundancy. And what that means is, I don't want to sound too technical, but the internet is built on fiber networks, right? And in Nigeria, you have these cables that are in the ocean that come to Nigeria. There are 5 of them now. They're all in Lagos. The new 2 that are coming in are in Lagos. So all 7 cables are in Lagos. Meaning, if something ever happened to Lagos, the whole country is blacked out. So the argument Ondo State is having is, well, we're close to Lagos enough, but we're far away that if anything ever happens to Lagos, you can always switch to Ondo State and the country is still running. And that's part of a big federal government plan that they're pushing. So our argument is, look, we want to become that disaster recovery, anything. Yes, we are not competing with Lagos, but we're saying we can complement. So that vision and that idea and just selling that to the right people means, even for SMEs, the question with an SME is, well, I'm a technology company. I don't want all my developers in Lagos because they are so expensive. I can keep them in Ondo State while my headquarters is in Lagos. It's only 4 of us in Lagos, but I have 100 of them in Akure because it's cheaper to run out of Akure, out of Ondo town. So that's the messaging we're developing to sell. So once we sell that vision and it's clear to people, then they'll be like, okay, maybe Ondo is really that investment destination I was missing. So we really need to sell that message that there's something I'm missing here, and this is what it is.
Okay, Engineer Ayotunde, now, flowing from what Engineer Akeredolu just talked about, now, is there any way we can fast track the process of getting people to key in faster into this whole, thing? Because, of course, he has said that the government is developing a plan, a master plan, that will actually drive all of this. But is there something we need to do? It's a two-edged sword. The government will do its own part and actually do it well. But, what of the other side of this? So how do we get people to actually understand quicker than they actually understand it now, the need for them to drive their businesses with ICT?
Thank you very much. It's pretty simple. You need to make them realize the need for them to invest. I think that's what you're trying to say in ICT in Ondo State. There has to be some kind of value you're passing on to them. Okay, so they don't see it as sort of like a liability of investing here. What are you doing differently to ensure that to attract me here? For example, I think what should be subsidized, okay, in Nigeria is not oil. It should be data. Data consumption should be subsidized, as far as I'm concerned. Because we'll get more value that way. Our industries would increase in production. Our people would know more, and the more knowledge you have, the more you can do, and the more they would achieve. So for me, I just feel, creating the awareness for them to see the value, creating value by the government, creating awareness for the people to see the value. That's how I think it should be done.
Okay, Mr. Akinwale, now that, let's take it away a little from the Ondo State space. Let's take it to the general, bigger picture, the bigger Nigerian space. Looks like the investment, especially in ICT, is not that big enough for SMEs and all of that. As a matter of fact, today, ask an average SME, you would realize that he or she is not, SME owner, you will realize that he or she is not really thinking about ICT to drive his or her business. So, is it a function of policy or a function of implementation?
Well, I'd say it's a bit of both. I mean, while we have right now a government effort to improve ICT in Nigeria and internet penetration and all of that, I don't think we are doing enough. I don't think the government is doing enough. I really don't. Of course, we know implementation is where all policies go to die in Nigeria. There's half-hearted implementation. People generally make the whole process inefficient, which is why I believe that most of the effort in increasing ICT penetration in Nigeria and having internet businesses and making people aware of opportunities online should go through the private sector. That way, you know, if your effort is directly tied to profit, you are more invested in making it work. Right, so I think in a generation or so, Nigerians coming into the workforce will be more open to ICT. But like you said, we need to make that transition faster. The only way to do that is for us to, you know, put competitive pressure on existing businesses. We need new companies springing up, you know, using the internet to do things more efficiently. In that way, they will prompt the big businesses, the established ones, to go towards ICT and embrace online business and develop our capacity for internet penetration and everything IT.
Okay, Engineer Akeredolu, now let's take it to another line of part of the conversation. Of course, what we're looking at is using ICT to drive businesses. But I know that all over the world, especially in the developed world, ICT itself is business. Unfortunately, in the Nigerian space, most young people, and I say this with every sense of responsibility, who are involved, in using ICT as business are not exactly using it the right way. That's why you hear a lot of Yahoo and all of that. But how profitable? And I like you to market it to someone like me, for instance. How profitable is it to actually be in ICT business?
I think you should be asking him. No, seriously, you should ask him.
Okay, I will.
Was this man, right? He has taken me out in Lagos.
Okay.
And he has spoilt me. It's all ICT money.
Okay, so engineer today, Bali. So let's do this. Then I'll come back to you. Why? Because you are trying to bring this idea that has worked for him to us in this space. But I like okay, so Engineer Bali, let's share your experience, as a megally successful ICT person.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't go out. Interesting. See, I must first commend the government of the day, government of Arakuri, and the Akeredolu, and the technical team for creating the infrastructure. Okay, it's amazing. I mean, that shows that they are very much interested in the growth and development of their state. And they are intentional. Okay, I think to be able to solve any major problem, you have to be intentional, looking deeply into the causes and effects so that you can provide a means to end the solution. Now, back to your question. I'm sorry, means to end the problem. But back to your question. ICT, like every other, it's just like any other business. Okay, there are challenges, and if you come to the market at the right time by providing the need at that point, you would of course should be profitable. It's not guaranteed because there are so many factors that determine the profitability of every business. So for me, as an example, I run a fintech company. One of our businesses is a fintech company. We provide soft loans for consumers. Now, where do we make our returns? It's a tech company, right? So we make our returns from interest on loans, okay? But if you look at how we have to increase our interest rate to even break even is ridiculous. I'm ashamed myself as a business owner to tell you how much interest we charge on these loans. And it's nothing to do with whether we are a greedy business. No, we are not. It's just the systems available to us to drive our business. For example, I mentioned earlier about the cost of data. Okay, for every loan we give out, it costs us a lot to give out, to be able to get that data, clean that data, structure it well, analyze the character and capacity of the consumer before we then determine a credit scoring regulations to support businesses. They're not there. Cost of getting a license to set up an MFB in Nigeria is ridiculous. You can't charge it anywhere else in the world. And you're looking to solve the problem of financial exclusion. How can you solve the problem of financial exclusion when you are not allowing new players into the space? 100 million naira to get a unit license for an MFB. How many businesses can afford that? So there are different issues here and there that we need to look into deeply. You know, the business of government is to provide enabling environment. I don't think they are doing enough of it in Nigeria as a country. I think Ondo State is trying in terms of commerce, IT, technology, and a lot. But how much can they really do if they also have obstacles at the center? So there has to be some major support at the center to enable businesses to grow and to allow new players in the market so we can break the monopolies all around.
All right, thank you. Let's do microphone return to Engineer Babajide Akeredolu. Now, of course, the state government, you earlier told us that government is investing massively in infrastructure, IT infrastructure and all of that. But going forward, first, because he talked about allowing the private sector to drive it. How much of partnership have you been able to get with the private sector on the one hand? Secondly, let's take a key invest as an example. How much of ICT penetration or ICT involvement are we bringing into a key invest?
Okay, but then I just wanted to add something else to what he said before I answer the question. I mean, this is less about whether or not there's money in tech as opposed to the quantum of opportunity tech has created. Nigeria is still very green. Almost everything in Nigeria is not yet automated, or there hasn't been a technology component to it. I'll give a very good random example. I had a meeting with the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. Of course, a lot of people have been hearing about the upgrade of the Obas. And we're talking to him with the team that, wait, because of this thing we're seeing, why don't we just structure this and automate, create a piece of software that does the automation for the upgrade? So it's transparent, everybody sees the criteria. That's the technology business. Imagine if you sold that piece of software to every state where they have such issues. You've created an opportunity. So in general, we're lucky in a place like Nigeria where, unlike the US, where almost everything is already automated and all the big companies are already doing everything. So it's hard for you to penetrate. You have to come up with something very novel, like a Facebook, to really penetrate. But in a place like here where there's so many things that we've not figured out and there's opportunity, so I think the big thing for me is the quantum of opportunity is there. It's just like they noted, more connectivity lets people realize that, oh, I can do this. Let me try and build something for this. You've created a new technology, and then it's something that at least in this our climb is novel enough that can make you money and at least can, who knows, sort you out for the rest of your life. So the question about partnerships, I think at the core of what we're doing with infrastructure development, with technology, has been partner-led, because the government has seen that we can't do it by ourselves. So even if it's something as simple as I said, with what we're doing with fiber, the infrastructure for fiber ducts, it's not state government itself that's funding it. It's really a partnership between the state, the federal government, and the private sector player. We did not know who the private sector player was, but we knew that the federal government has a plan, and if we're smart, we would find a way to own that project, because it's a southwestern initiative, but we can own it and let them domicile here and then we end up benefiting from them doing everything they're doing in the region. That's a good example. Of course, all of our hubs, all of our spaces have been driven by the private sector or NGOs. So at our core, I mean, technology in itself, I like to liken what we do with technology with what they talk about the blockchain. And with the blockchain, you are not just in isolation. You are working with so many different people. So just like the World Wide Web, our technological advancements in the States or our technology investments is driven by a web of different partners and different people working with us to achieve this goal.
Okay, Mr. Akinwale, now I'm sure that as an ICT person, you're so eager to have everybody latch onto it. Everyone is IT savvy and all of that. But looks like we're a little slow. What can we do so that the person in Igba, in Ondo, the average young man in Igba, in Ondo, or there's a community called Shokoto Shekwete, an average young man in that community, or in far-flung Apoy and all of that, can become IT savvy? I mean, how do we drive that?
Well, I'd say there's a limit to what we can do with that.
I want to, of course, I have countenanced the challenges raised by Engineer Bali and Engineer Keredolu, but I also know that there's something called breakthrough. How can we achieve a breakthrough in that area?
Well, from the perspective of businesses, I would say, personally, I would prefer that the first generation of Nigerian businesses in ICT, should face outwards rather than inwards. It's going to take some time for Nigerians to actually open up to being comfortable running the entire businesses online. I would have preferred that these businesses would look at opportunities they can find in foreign markets and target that, since those markets are matured and already developed. For example, if you start a fintech startup in Nigeria, the space is getting crowded these days, and there's very small addressable market really. We keep saying Nigeria has a population of 180 million people, but how many of them are online and ready to bank online? I'd say around 10% of that.
How do we achieve a breakthrough?
I know you are talking about breakthrough.
Yes.
We've said the government needs to do its part, which is increase ICT penetration, and we are thankful that we have global internet companies trying to bring faster internet to Nigeria to drive down the cost. Fine, but all of that is going to take time. In the meantime, Nigeria businesses, young people in Nigeria who are into ICT and need to start businesses, they need to be encouraged to be successful earlier on. If they address the Nigerian market, they might be discouraged quickly. The company might just go belly up in a year or two. I think personally they should, I don't know, whatever niche they are, try to address the foreign market. If they get even a little bit of success from there, since they are bringing in foreign exchange into Nigeria, they are bringing in hard currency, it goes a long way in Nigeria. Now they can reinvest that into the Nigerian market to develop that. Because if you're starting a company, you want it to be successful, and you can't keep pouring your money into it a lot of time, waiting for Nigerians to catch up and be ready for what you are offering.
Okay, now the last round of engagement. I'd like to start with you also. You have seen a lot in the ICT industry, and I'm sure that government's quote-unquote lackadaisical attitude to a few things that you should have done and all of that. Is it possible for the private sector to actually take over this space?
Oh yes, it's possible, and that's the way it should be done.
So how do we do that?
Well, rather than the government directly investing in ICT.
What I mean is actually snatch it from government and drive it.
Well, you can't really snatch it. The government must be willing to let it go. Rather than pouring money into it, the government, they should probably create something like tax breaks, like an economic free zone for internet companies, things like that. Rather than the government directly pouring money into it, because we know how government projects go in Nigeria. But yes, the private sector is the only way we can even have a hope of catching up. That is the only way.
But it looks like that is not really happening.
It's happening in some parts. For example, I just mentioned the fintech industry in Nigeria. It has grown a whole lot in the last 5 years. That's direct injection of foreign capital from, investors, mostly
Okay,
from
maybe I
investors.
should say it's not happening like it should.
Yes, of course, it's not happening like it should. See, if there is no, if a sector is not profitable, people won't go into it. Fintech is profitable right now. You can see the direct benefit, and you can get a quick ROI. I mean, education tech is also catching up a little, but we need to expand it more. There are other sectors Nigerian youth would go to, and use the power of the internet to scale the big players, the established players who will no longer innovate, so that we can, jumpstart and maybe catch up to the foreign powers, the first world countries. But if we are waiting for example, in the fintech industry, if we are waiting for the government to enable that would never have happened. We will still be waiting.
Okay, Engineer Bali, I'd like you to do a projection of the investment in ICT in Nigeria today, and where you see, and I'd like you to do a projection of the next 5 years.
Currently, I know there's a lot of foreign investment in ICT, running into billions of, I don't have the exact figure.
No, you don't have to be specific, just, your projections.
Yes, but I still think there are some regulatory issues and barriers that needs to be removed. So I'll just give you a simple example. Even though you said, my colleague has said about the penetration of fintech companies and how they've been quite profitable, I don't think that's essentially true, because I'm in that space. What a lot of fintechs, their business model is not solely based on profitability in terms of on products. It's the value you create from the numbers of users that determines, do you understand, that you use to raise funds. It's not as if they are profitable in terms of, or the loans they are essentially selling. A lot of them, in fact, have high default rates. Okay? Now, to answer your question, do you realize that all of the banks, Nigerians today, everyone that have access to financial services and products are just about 49 million people, which means that there are still about over 100 million people, or let's say about 70 or 80 million adults that don't have access to any financial product and services at all. That means they cannot send money, they cannot receive money, they cannot have access to loans, they don't have access to credit. So why is that happening? Is the issue of BVN. Do you understand? So the registration process of BVN, for example, in Nigeria is so tedious. You cannot just go on your phone and register for BVN and you activate it in Nigeria. You have to go to banks. Most of the people that we're trying to bring into the financial space, they live in rural areas, which means the proximity of where they are to any bank, any commercial bank, could be, hundreds of kilometers. So if we don't try to simplify our processes and get rid of a lot of these bureaucracies, reduce regulatory requirements, we are not going to see any major revolution. What we'll just see will be like artificial, cosmetic growth. What we'll see is cosmetic growth, and that is what we have in Nigeria. Even in the IT space. And the ones that are really profitable are building their businesses at the back of their relationship with the government, because they build it at the back of their relationship with the government. They are able to monopolize, and at the end of the day, they stay in. Everybody says they are profitable, but can an average indigenous business go into that same space and make money the way they make money? It's not true. So I think if I know the solution, I will be doing it right now, my brother. It's because I don't know it. But I can tell you what the problems are, and I hope that, such an event like this will bring about people of thought that can actually provide sustainable solutions to reduce underdevelopment in Africa.
I'm pretty sure that policymakers will, this is food for thought for them. Now, I like to lock it back to Ondo State, and that's, of course, the closing conversation for this session. The Akeredolu administration, because it's doing a lot for ICT penetration, infrastructure and all of that, But the Akeredolu administration will be done in 2.5 years. Now, the sustainability question of all that is happening, because it's a lot, even if not in terms of money, in terms of energy, thought process and all of that. The government will be done in 2.5 years. Is there any framework that can sustain this beyond the Akeredolu administration?
I mean, so we're not talking just ICT, just in general.
Yes.
I think the biggest approach that I would say this government is trying to pursue is this social re-engineering as it relates to the civil service. So once, and basically that's why PIMO exists, once you create what you consider a performance culture in the system, it does not matter who is in charge. Everybody in the system knows these are my KPIs, these are my targets, this is what I have to achieve. So at the core of what we're trying to achieve in the next 2.5 years, it's that social re-engineering for people to recognize that it's not interest or politics, it's performance. And our success is to see that when the next government comes, this is what we normally tend to say, once the governor is sitting with his palm sect, they're not saying phrases like the previous administration. They're going to be using phrases like this government. Changing that language matters. And that's why, for us, we tend to reduce the Akeredolu this, Akeredolu that, things with the government name, let it be an Ondo State issue, not an Akeredolu issue where the next guy comes and says, I want to change the name. So those things matter. So the big thing around continuity for this government is imbibe a performance culture. That way, it doesn't matter who comes in, they don't want to change anything because they are seeing an efficient system running. So that's at the core of what we're trying to achieve.
How much success are you achieving with that?
I like to believe this government in particular, and this is from my experience, what we tend to see, especially with the mantra of one administration, the way, and maybe it's also peculiar to Ondo State in general, but the way, whether it's at all levels of government, people are willing to want to collaborate. That collaborative culture thing, it's something that I think this government is very proud of, because Mr. Governor has imbibed that sense of you are not working in silos, nothing needs to be hidden. Once there's collaboration, there's good information sharing, that would also drive performance. And once people see results from working together, they'll be like, okay, maybe this is how things should work. So it doesn't matter who is in that government, things will work from people being collaborative and people being supportive.
And of course, since there are going to be results, people can actually hold on to them and say, this is the way it should go.
Yep.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the panelists. I'm sure that for all of you who followed our conversation keenly, you know that the future is being defined once and for all. Thank you very much, Engineer Akeredolu, Engineer Obali, and of course, Mr. Akiwumi Akiwale. Thank you very much for this session. Thank you. Well, of course, the issues are clear. ICT is the future. Ondo State is doing its best to drive that into the system. But the question remains, how much of an interest is the average SME, the average young person showing in ICT? This is what we must think about very critically, and I'm sure that going forward, we will make a huge success of our ICT involvement, our ICT. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Next is our conversation on tourism. And of course, the panelists will proceed to the panel chambers now. máa pè olùgbàlà máa pè o ayẹlẹ máa pè o olùgbàlà máa pè ayẹlẹ máa pè olùgbàlà máa pè o ayẹlẹ máa pè o olùgbàlà máa pè ọmọdún awakọ̀ kò ṣe o ọdọọdún ìlàgbó ayọ̀dún ní ìdàyọ̀ kan lẹ́kẹ̀lẹ́lẹ́. Thank you, it's alright yo, very good o. Ayọ̀dún ní ìdàyọ̀ kan lẹ́kẹ̀lẹ́lẹ́. Ṣé máa pé olùgbàlà máa pé o, ayẹlẹ máa pé o, olùgbàlà máa pé ayẹlẹ máa pé o, olùgbàlà máa pé o, ayẹlẹ máa pé o. Olùgbàlà máa pè òkè 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 lọ́dọ̀ ni wọ́n ọmọlùmọ́yé òkè lókè. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, let's keep the hall quiet. The next session is on culture, tourism, and entertainment. I'd like to invite the Commissioner, Honorable Wale Akinlosotu. Let's put our hands together for him. Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, as he steps to the stage. Otumba Akimboboye. Let's put our hands together for him. And of course, Dr. Jibayo Adeyeye. Let's put our hands together for these gentlemen. And may I invite Dr. Akinkwebi. Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, Dr. Jibayo Adeyeye, Mr. Olugbenga Sunday, and Mr. Adeola Aderinola. Let's put our hands together for them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a very critical session of the conversation. Why? Because the Ondos are particular about culture, entertainment, and tourism. Gentlemen, thank you very much for accepting to do this. Thank you so much. Well, of course, the conversation is straightforward. Honorable Commissioner, I would have loved to start with you, but I don't want us to drive it from policy. So, I don't want us to drive this from policy. I want us to do experience sharing. So I'll begin with Dr. Adeyeye. As a young person, in the days when you were a boy, I know that the commissioner is also Ondo, but since he's going to be doing policy, I like you to do it from the perspective of Tikpe. So, Dr. Adeyeye, let's look at the culture of the Ondos. What stands the Ondos out, culturally?
Thank you for having me here. And let me thank Dr. Akinkwebi for this opportunity. Ondos I stand to be corrected, but I think we are by far the most organized, the most sophisticated, the most enterprising.
That's an Ondo man speaking.
Nigeria. I'm not saying this because I'm an Ondo man. Like we say in law, res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. Ondo, our civilization has started for a very long time. It's a very organized society. The Ondos came together, built Ondo Boys High School, and gave it to government, 1919. Ondos came together, built General Hospital, and gave it to government in the 50s. Ondos, we came together. I doubt whether any community in the Southwest has this kind of hall belonging to the community. Not one rich man build it and give it to. We came together, we put money together, and we built this. Ondos, we came together, we owned the first community radio in Nigeria, owned by Ondos, Eki FM. And here we are today again. Ondos are coming together, being the first community again to organize this kind of summit to discuss the development of our community. This is who we are. We are Ondos, the most organized set of people in Nigeria.
All right, I wasn't expecting anything different. I wasn't expecting anything different. All right, well, okay, so let's drive the conversation. Culture, tourism, and entertainment. Now, I come to you, Mr. Olugbenga Sunday. How are we supposed to drive development with culture, tourism, and entertainment in such a way that it will be truly profitable?
All right, thank you. 3 things we need to do. Number 1, it's important we look in the direction of our potentials when we are talking about tourism and culture. If we don't recognize our potentials, we will not be able to sell it to potential investors. Now, it's actually very broad. We talk about tourism, we look at tourist sites in Ondo and within our land. We talk about culture, we look at our festivals, we look at other ceremonies that attach to culture, that are cultural. We look at areas of our histories, our identity. There's a way we speak. I hear people speaking your dialect in Ondo. We need to preserve all these. All these are our unique identity and potentials until we recognize them. Even food. I'll give an example of a place I'm coming from. I'm coming from a town called Idere in Ondo State, in Ibarapa. When we are doing tourism in Idere, I first of all, I'm not minding Idore Hills here. I first of all identify Idere Hills, start promoting it, and what we are doing there now, we have identified all our local cuisines. You see Egbo, you see Otili, you see Ewaigoyin. Mention it, Epoloro ati Ikete. Everybody now come to that place just to come and have an experience of the food, local cuisines our fathers had that made them live over 100 years. So the first thing is to first of all identify what we have. Number two is to package it. I am interested in Ogun Festival. I know we do a whole lot of Ogun Festival, but how do we package it so that our external body can relate to it? When I was preparing for this section, I discovered that anytime we mention Ogun, we make it so dreadful. He was a warrior, but that does not make him so dreadful. There's other part of him that is beautiful and colorful. A warrior is actually a passionate person. A warrior is actually someone that fought for us, a lovely father. So we need to start repackaging what we have. Every time we talk about Ogunlakaye, Oshimole, Olomilefejewe, there are other things that they project apart from Olomilefejewe. Every time you see them, not only that one, there are other sides, because everything we have, we need to repackage them and make them more attractive to investors.
Okay, so that's how to make it profitable. Thank you. Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, he talked about something very important. Packaging. How much of packaging are we doing? Let's even take it to the entire Ondo State space before we lock it down to Ondo. How much? Because Ondo State is reputed to have tons of tourism destinations. How much of packaging are we doing to make these things profitable?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me first thank the organizers of this summit. This is a wonderful, wonderful summit that we're having, especially in Ondo City. It goes a long way to proffer solutions to the development of our kingdom. Now, when we talk about tourism, let me go back a little bit. What is tourism? Tourism is movement of people from one place to the other. You will agree with me. When they get to where they're going, whatever they see makes it economic tourism for the city or for the state. For example, we are all tourists. Some people might come from Lagos to Ondo. When they come to Ondo, what do they see in Ondo? What actually brings them to Ondo? So like my brother said, we have potentials. But unfortunately, even with the government, we have not harnessed the potentials of tourism. And all over the world, especially the Western world, I will use Dubai as an example. If I'm not wrong, nearly 60 to 65% of Dubai's GDP is from tourism. What is it that they are doing that we are not doing? Is the packaging that we are talking about. How do they market Dubai? How do they market Paris? The slogan is see Paris and die. Everybody wants to see Paris. Virginia in the United States, for example, the slogan is Virginia is for lovers. So lovers tend to go to Virginia to go and experience Virginia. So how do we package tourism? Number one, I think we have to understand and believe that tourism can add to the economic buoyancy of our state and of Nigeria. In 2020, due to COVID, the statistics that I have says that Nigeria lost about $400 billion. I'm sorry, 400 billion naira, not dollars, I'm sorry, naira, due to COVID because of lack of movement of people. So in Nigeria, in Ondo State, and in Ondo Kingdom, how can we package what we have? He mentioned one of them, Ogun. Can we turn that into a carnival-like celebration? That people will come, I think last week in London, there's what we call Notting Hill Carnival. It happened in London. Eyo from Lagos State participated in it. Can we do something like that and package it? Can we have a slogan for Ondo Kingdom and say Ondo Carnival, for example, and market days to other people? Our culture is very, very robust. We know how to dance the Obitun. Our fila, our the regalia, sonyo, and all these things that we put on. White people, they will die to get a hold of these things. So it depends on how we package it. Going further, if we have the will to really make tourism part of the sectors. And again, please permit me and excuse me, I'm going to bring this out. During this summit, we have 4 key areas. Please take a look at it. 4 key areas. There is no tourism in the 4 key areas. Meaning that tourism is in the back burner. But you will agree with me that if tourism sector is well harnessed, it will bring, number 1, awareness to this city. Number 2, it will drive the other sectors. You can imagine having about 50,000 people descending in Ondo Kingdom today, which means the hotels will have 100% occupancy rate for a weekend, which means all the eateries will be busy, which means transportation sector will thrive. I can go on and on and on and on like that. What would that do to the economy of this city? I can assure you that it will never be the same. So, packaging. In Ondo, there is a place we call Okeolifi. Remember, a lot of people might be Okeolifi Ondo. Let me speak our dialect. Remember, a lot of people might be Okeolifi Ondo. Igbo Irumale, ni Okegbombe Oyibe. So if we develop all these areas and package them well for the outside world, trust me, it will be a great foreign exchange earners for our kingdom.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Darrell, I think I should come to you now before I go to Dr. Adesanoye, because I know that Dr. Adesanoye is involved in agro-tourism. That's another very specialized area, because I've been to his farm before, I've seen the golf course and everything and all of that. But looks like we know, Mr. Darrell, we know all of these things. We know we have potentials. What is limiting us as a people?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, let me even add, our leaders travel to all of these countries whose economies are driven by tourism. Yet, we're not doing the needful. Why?
Thank you very much. I am so grateful to be part of this summit today. And I'm so happy also that tourism and culture is one of the issues that is, that is being discussed here today. Now, the thing is this. Like you rightly said, our leaders, they do travel out. And you expect that when they come back, they should replicate what they have seen abroad. But the major issue that I see is really affecting the development of tourism in Nigeria is in the area of policy and the willpower of our leaders to actually implement that policy to the letter.
Even when they know that it will drive in.
Even when they know it will drive that sector. And you know, most times, the truth is this: Nigeria, we have beautiful policies in the area of tourism development. But the major problem has been implementing this policy to the letter, like I said the other time, and continuity. Most times when they start a policy that is good, and another government comes on board, they jettison that policy and start that policy, another policy afresh again. Now, forgetting the fact that taxpayers' money has been committed to the earlier policy that was implemented. So there's a need for our leaders to always be mindful of this policy and implement these policies to the letter. And I don't want to talk about the fund, because I know even if you have the willpower, the fund will come out. Understand? So there's a need for government to have that willpower to implement this policy to the latter.
Thank you, Dr. Adesanoye. Now you spoke eloquently and extensively about the fantastic things in Ondo Kingdom. And we all know these things. We can see them, we know them. But everyone on this panel has talked about packaging. Why has it been difficult for the Ondos to do that?
I won't say it's difficult for Ondos to do that. I mean, without anybody attempting to package Ogun Festival, for instance, I imagine that Ogun Festival has held for close to 500 years, and I think the next Ogun Festival is on Wednesday. You need to come and see the number of people that we attend, or the number of people that will be on the street during Ogun Festival. I think what probably is lacking is the Honorable Commissioner is there, maybe to start designating these festivals as state festival, to be deliberate. Government should be deliberate about identifying the fact that, look, this is a festival that, in fact, I can tell you, no other festival in this state attracts more crowd, more people coming in than the Ogun Festival in Ondo Kingdom. And it won't be out of place if our government, for instance, designates it as a state festival, and we take it from there.
Dr. Adesanoye, sorry. Of course, you talked about a lot of people being on the streets and all of that. Yeah. But how much of international participation do you have with the Ogun Festival?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That, look, we've been doing this for over 500 years. And without anybody saying anything about it, it is the way it is. If government now recognizes it as a time, a season, a place where everybody like to be, I mean, like the commissioner has said, is some huge inflow of money into the economy of the state, that something is happening in Ondo, no matter what day of the week it is, everybody is there. Everybody. It's not only Ondos that form that crowd, though. Don't make any mistake about it. People come from outside to celebrate it with us. A lot of my friends have called me that they learned Ogun Festival is on Wednesday and they want to be in Ondo to celebrate it with us. I mean, they are going to come with money. They're going to rent hotels. They're going to buy food. They will do so many things. It's a lot of inflow of money into the state economy. So it's important for government to recognize it.
Okay, so Honorable Akinlositu, maybe you just go ahead and deal with that quickly.
You see, let me commend the government of our Arakunrin, Akeredolu. This is a government that is proactive when it comes to tourism and culture. Recognition of these festivals is something that we are doing right now in our ministry. As a matter of fact, if I can say this, that Ondo is being recognized as a UNESCO city right now. And what would that do to Ondo? That will put Ondo in the map of the world. So if you are Googling or you are looking for somewhere to come that qualifies as a UNESCO city, Ondo City will be one of them. The government of Arakuri, Akeredolu, is doing a lot. For example, we have declared Araromi in Ilaje local government a tourist zone. Likewise, another one is coming up in the Owena Idori axis. It is going to be declared a tourism zone. We are looking at Ondo. Do we declare Ondo as a cultural zone? So these are the things that the government is looking at. And with time, all these will come to play. However, I believe that there's so many areas of tourism. And in Ondo State, we have a lot of them. In Ondo City, we have a lot of them. Cultural tourism, we're qualified. We have that. Agro-tourism, I have my brother here that is doing the exploit. In his farm, I was there too last week actually. In his farm, we have 18-hole standard golf course. It's something to be celebrated. We have entertainment tourism. In Ondo, we have that Ondo boy, for example. We have an Ondo indigent that just won the Mr. Nigeria tourism. We are celebrating him, and we have celebrated him, and we continue to celebrate him. Educational tourism. What about religious tourism? We are religious people. How do we package that for people to come to Ondo as people going to Mecca?
How soon are we going to be seeing the benefits of all of this?
Very, very soon we are going to be seeing the benefit. Let me tell you, we have hospitals in Ondo State. When people talk about medical, they go to India. India has capitalized on that to make it medical tourism for them. They make a lot of money on that. We too, we can take a look at all those things. It boils down to the will which we have. The government of Arakuri has the will to do that, and the packaging. So we need to go back and see how we can repackage all this sector to be attractive to people from the outside to come in and experience them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Akin Losutu. Now, Mr. Olubenga Sunday, I know that hotels, tourism, entertainment, culture, and all of these, well packaged, require people to come into the cities and, of course, enjoy the splendor of all of these things we're talking about. But do you think that the investment in the hotel business in Ondo State presently can actually drive tourism?
Okay, thank you. Before I attempt that question, because of our time, there's something to tell us. Everything we have, I'll come back to that question, please. Everything we have, we should try and take the advantage of exhibition in major travel expo. We have some major travel expos in Nigeria. We have Akwaba travel market. We have a lot of travel expo in London, in US. Everything we have, Ogun Festival can be marketed outside as an exhibition. We don't do that. I see Dubai bringing everything about them to Lagos to exhibit. So I don't want to forget that. That's why I need to do that. Hotels. I am actually into hotels. I'm hotel management consultant under Tujum Hospitality. I run hotel managers conference. The truth is that if you know the statistics of people that hotel operation has chased away from Ondo, you will take hotel business serious. Ondo is actually well located. If you are traveling to the north, you can do a stopover here. But if I remember my experience, the last time I stopped over and checked into XYZ hotel, I remember my experience. Will I stay? I'm not going to stop. The truth is that we need to know how well our hotels are treating our tourists. We should be interested in it. Why? Because when they come, they don't have house here. We depend on hotels. What about their standard? What about their staffing? What about their products, their food? What about their rooms? What about their services? Mention it. What about their locations, their securities? So we need to be conscious of that. Ogun Festival is coming Wednesday, as you said. Thousands of people are coming. I stay in Abbey Hotel. I saw that hotel online. I love their online presence. I never knew they're not even in Ondo town. So I booked the hotel. When I got to Ondo, I was like, where is the hotel? They said it's outskirts of Ondo. But when I got there, I loved the place. Such facility in that location. In that location. Beautiful hotel, beautiful pool, everything clean. That is a pass mark for Ondo. What about other hotels in the town? What are we doing about them? The government needs to be interested in how they are treating our tourists, because we need them to be a part of what we are discussing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, I'm taking my last round of questions. Mr. Deriola, I'll come to you. And of course, I'll take the commissioner last, because all of the heat, we're going to pour it on you eventually to deal with. I'm sure the Honorable Commissioner is already countenancing this issue about hotels and how they are managed, the hospitality industry generally. Mr. Deriola, of course, when you were talking earlier, you made mention, we were talking about policy and implementation. Now, for me, I think any country that is serious about tourism, culture, and entertainment must make the private sector drive it. How much of involvement, or are you impressed or satisfied with the level of involvement of the private sector in driving our entertainment, culture, and tourism industry?
Thank you very much. Let me say that since this government came on board, this government has made it a point of duty to re-engineer and reposition the tourism sector in this state. And in trying to do that, they have provided an enabling environment for investors to come into the sector to, invest. And one of the ways they are doing that is to ensure that there's adequate security in Ondo State. Because for us in the tourism industry, security is very key. Tourists must feel safe anytime they are in your state. And this government is not taking the issue of security lightly. And that's why they're doing everything possible to ensure that there is adequate security in the state. And apart from that, the government has put in place the right policy to woo investors into the state. And that's why you can, you see new hotels are springing up on a daily basis in Ondo State. For instance, if you go to Akure now, the state capital, you see a lot of hotels coming up. It's because the environment is conducive for investors to come in and invest. And that's the same reason why Chief has his own agro-tourism site here in Ondo State, because the environment is conducive for him to come in to invest. For me, as a practitioner in the industry, I think I'm happy, I'm okay, because the industry is growing in Ondo State.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adeyeye. Well, you have forayed into a very unusual terrain. I've been to your farm before, I've seen it, so I can attest to what Honorable Akin Losutu just said. You're doing a lot with your golf course, your farm. Your farm is not just a farm for agricultural purposes. You have turned it into a tourism destination. But I'd like you to share experience. Of course, for someone who has seen what you've done, it's easy to think that, oh, this is nice, I want to invest in it. I want to do the same thing. How easy is it? Experience sharing.
If I am to first, let me tell my colleague I'm not a chief yet.
We have given you chieftaincy title.
I'm just Jiba Yade. If I were to start sharing my experience with you, we will not live here. For 1 hour will not be enough to share the experience. But however, it starts from land acquisition. In this community, it could be something that you have to be deliberate and careful about. I probably, in that location, have bought land from close to 50 people at different times, yes. Because I have a flair for expansion by buying from anybody who has a boundary with me and is willing to sell, because we still need a lot of land for what we are doing. But I must say we evolved from one thing to the other. I evolved from the fact that I deliberately wanted to resettle back to Ondo. I lived almost the whole of my adult life in Lagos, and I had always wanted to live here. And thank God, to the glory of God, I live in Ondo City now. And I know for a fact it is better to live here than in Lagos. Yes. We started out by trying to farm maize and cassava. We moved from that into poultry farming, and today we have an installed capacity of over 70,000 layers, beds, and we have over 50,000 layers on our farm. We produce over 1,000 crates of eggs every day.
I think the Ondo should be proud of that. Let's put our hands together for him. That's mega investment in the land.
We also are into piggery. We have pigs, we're into piggery. We have cattle.
I know that your pigs are excellent breed.
Yes, our cattle are not roaming around the place. We have a ranch. And we make palm oil because we have a palm tree plantation. We have cocoa farms. And we make our feed on site. For our birds, we make our feed on site. So we discovered that all this in one location, a lot of people have not seen cocoa before. Believe it or not. So many people have not seen that this is where chocolate is made. They've not seen a cocoa tree before or seen a cocoa pod. So it's tourism for them, whether you like it or not. A lot of children now come on excursion to us to try to see all these things in one location. And we are lucky to have a mountain that is our boundary, for which we've constructed steps to the top of it. It is only 620 steps. We have 580 steps in Ondo City.
Wow.
So you can climb the mountain, you can go hiking, on our location. Like the commissioner said, we have an 18-hole golf course, standard golf course, yes. And we have 7 artificial lakes constructed by us. I can tell you that only in Ondo City that you will find a rock, a lake, a golf course, all coexisting in one location. If you go to Lagos, you find a lot of water, but you will not see, not even a hill, talk less of mountain. Everywhere is flat. If you go to Abeokuta, you see a lot of rocks, you will not see water. But in Ondo City here, you see rock and water existing in the same location.
Let's put our hands together for you.
So, We have put all this together, and we've put it together to a resort. On our location, you can play lawn tennis.
How easy?
Sorry?
How easy?
How
easy was it?
It was easy.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
So that we
It was
encourage
easy.
more people to invest in
Yes, more people need to come and do similar things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adesanoye. Finally, Honorable Commissioner, of course, the other panelists have raised fundamental issues. Mr. Olugbenga Sunday talked essentially about hotels and the need, because of course, you can't do tourism without hotels. Mr. Aderola talked essentially about the policies that we drive. And of course, the involvement of the private sector as well, what we need to do. And Dr. Jibayo Ajayi just shared his experience. Now, let's put all of this together. Are we going to have a clean slate going forward in Ondo State to drive the sector?
The short answer is yes. And I can tell you, this administration is deliberate when it comes to the areas of tourism. The enabling environment that this administration, the Arakuri-led administration, has created. If you look at the airport, for example, before this administration, it used to be only one airline that comes to Akure. And most of the time, the one airline was subsidized, actually, to continue to fly. But today, we have 3 airlines that come to Akure. And if care is not taken, they're all fully booked. You may not get a seat to go to Lagos or to go to Abuja. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because the distance between Akure and Ondo is about 35-45 minutes. So for tourism to thrive in Ondo, the government has created an enabling environment. Number 2, look at what the government is doing in creating tourism zones. The tourism zones are in partnership with private sector. For example, the Araromi beach, we have the cleanest beach. If you look at the sand, it's actually white sand there. It's not as polluted as other beaches that we have. And now the state is collaborating with a private sector to develop that, like Campaign Tropicana, to develop that sector. This is another venture that my brother is bringing up. He's been encouraged by the government to do that. So there's so many things that the government is doing to collaborate with private sectors. You will agree that the government cannot sustain tourism. It's not possible. All over the world, they cannot sustain tourism. It has to be driven by private sector. And before I end that, let me challenge us in Ondo. When we go to London, we go to Buckingham Palace. What do we go there to see? To see a policeman standing all day without blinking, right? And to see the Buckingham Palace, how beautiful it is. We can turn our own palace here to a Buckingham Palace, to Ondo Palace. So this is a challenge to us from Ondo. We can do that. Let's do that. When people come down here, they'll say that we want to go to the Palace of Oshemawe. What are they going to see there? They're going to see tradition. They're going to see ancient things that people do not know about. And why they're there, what do they gain from that? Or how do we benefit economically? Probably we have souvenirs that people can buy. If you go to Buckingham Palace, you buy keychains, you buy t-shirts, you buy a hat that says, I love London, or this and that. We can say we love Ondo too. So we can have that. So it has to be a deliberate thing for us to bring the tourism sector and to package it very well. The government is doing everything it can do to support that sector. And I know that with all the other people that we have, private sectors, people, hotels, for example. 3 weeks ago, we had trainings for all the hoteliers in our ministry. For free, we did not charge a dime, did we? We didn't charge a dime, and we trained them on, he was one of the facilitators actually. We trained them because we want them to know that they are not doing us a favor. We are the one doing them a favor. What do I mean by that? If I come to your hotel to pay 30,000 naira, 20,000 naira a night, you are not doing me a favor by giving me a room. I'm doing you a favor by patronizing you, and you have to treat me well. It's an experience. Hotels are supposed to be home away from home. And so it has to be clean. And one thing people remember when they come to Ondo City and they stay in an hotel, that memory will register. We did a survey. I Googled hotels in Ondo State generally. Trust me, the result is not good. That was what necessitated us to start training them now. If you look at it, you will see that only 20% of the people said that hotels in Ondo are good. And when you are coming to Ondo City or you are coming to Ondo State, whether you like it or not, a lot of people go online to check out the hotels. And they go out to check the ratings too. So when you look at the ratings that the hotels in Ondo State are 20% or they are not good, what do you want to do? You say, well, probably I wouldn't go to Ondo. Let me go to somewhere. Again, we have to train our people to make sure that they create an experience when somebody stays in your hotel. What makes Calabar what Calabar is today is because of the hospitality sector, because of the Calabar Carnival that they have. Some people, according to my research, they book Calabar Carnival a year before the time because Absolutely. They will not be able to get hotel rooms in Calabar. We can do that in Ondo Kingdom. Thank you.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the panelists, Mr. Olugbega Sunday, Mr. Adeniran Ola, Dr. Jibayo Adeyeye, and of course, Honorable Wale Akinlosutu. Gentlemen, thank you very much for accepting to be part of this session of the ODES. Fantastic one. Honorable Commissioner, thank you very much for the work you're doing, for the very great work you're doing. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's been a very fantastic experience, and shortly we will go to the very last session.
Thank you very much. Please, we'll still like the presence of our fathers, if they can still grant us that honor. We'll bring in the youth now. Do we have a slide for them? Oh, we should have something for us anyway, but no problem if you don't have for us. We'd like to invite us for our own session. Please, we'll like those of us at the back to please come forward. It's time for the youth to talk, and we'd like to hear from us as we talk here this afternoon. It is the youth o'clock. Please, we want the youth at the back to come forward. The youth at the back, please do join us here. And now we want to talk about youth, the leaders of today, and their impact on the community. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to join me on this panel this afternoon, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Dixon Orisamuiwa to join us on this panel. Mr. Dixon Orisamuiwa is an entrepreneur, a man who has impacted so much. Please do sit down, sir. All right, please, we're inviting the panelists, and we'll appreciate your presence. And also I'd like to invite to join us here Mrs. Folashade Oshugbemiro. She is the CEO of Jewel Fashion House. Please, round of applause for her. She comes to join us. Youth, this is our time. Hold a clap. We want to discuss our own issue now. You guys are not participating. And also I would like Mr. Adegeye Kenneth to join us. Mr. Adegeye Kenneth, please. Sir, you're welcome. And also to join us there, we have Mr. Olugbenga Sunday. Mr. Olugbenga Sunday. And also to join us here this afternoon, please pardon me, I'm trying to get the things and the names right. I have it here. To join us also this afternoon is the CEO, or let me say the Ogabapata of Tiara Mat, Mr. Idowu, please, would like your presence. Mr. Idowu Akinola, the CEO of Tiara Mat. And also to join us is Ejibino Caroline. She's the CEO of Carolora Hair. Please, a round of applause for them as they join us. A round of applause as they join us. Mr. Adegeye Kenneth is here. Okay, I think we have everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, while the panelists are settling down, please, I want the youth to occupy the front space. And I will appreciate if our fathers and mothers in the house can still be a part of this summit. Thank you. I would like to invite for his goodwill message, as we invite Mr. Falekulo, Andrew Falekulo, for his goodwill message. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Aleo Ondo Dede, I wouldn't want to go without expressing my joy concerning this powerful and big program, Ondo Development and Economy Summit. Ino tèmi ó dùn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ nítorí fìdábà lọ dé dúpẹ́ dáwọ́ àgbàdá wá síbi dé lè mú ìmoore hàn ní yí àwọn àbò wa dáa gbéṣe ní alòdùnú ní ajẹ́ aláìmoore torí fi yí ẹfẹ́ lọ ṣókótó dábàá ti náà kó ṣòkòtò mo rí fi àbùṣe ó bùṣe so dédé àwọn yòókópa ní ètò yìí lágbára Ọlọ́run ulé àtọ̀nà wọn ẹni rí ìbàjẹ́ Ọlọ́run akatọ́ ulé àtọ̀nà wọn akatọ́ ṣe o wájú òun ọ̀pá ibi tí wọ́n dákàrẹ́ sí àwa àgbà dúpẹ́ náà wọn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ dẹ̀nú yàmí ó fi àwọn ọ̀dọ́ yìí àwọn tó tẹ̀ ń gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ inú wọn ti lọ tí mo ya end program yìí àwọn ti lọ àwọn àdé ṣe ètò yìí kò di ọjọ́ ọ̀la wọn dòwébó lè dára mo fẹ́ illuminate doubt that may be in mind of people concerning how to make Ondo habitable and attractive for the indigenous people in diaspora. There is already an orientation program going on Eki FM 100.9 every Monday. That's is also go along with the consultation with the elders on how to make Ondo habitable. Now on a Yonda da le di àwọn èèyàn wa yori ìrìn àjò dáadáa wá súnlé wa dá olè ṣí àlẹ̀ ohun ẹ̀fọ́ lójoojúmọ́ ní ọjọ́ Monday ní aago 4:30 sí aago 5:00 ohun ẹ̀kéde dandan
àwọn àgbà kan ó rí fi, because for the past years now we have been thinking on what are we leaving behind for the coming generation. That is what prompted us to all this now. Yes, sir. So now on every Monday you can tune your radio to Eki FM. This program is titled Ulumi, which we are seeing it today. And Ọlọ́run àánú ẹ̀ amú ìbùkún amú sí àpò wọn yóò ṣe ètò ìkó wọn o. Táwọn náà dárí kábàá dúpọ́ tọwọ́ wọn. It's organized by Ondo Indigenous Rights Foundation. God bless you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Falekulo. Okay, now we need to start this session. My name is Olamide Akimolayan. I'm a part of the panel, and I'm also moderating. And the reason why we're here, we're talking about the youth as leaders of today. And for this session, we have youth in Ondo, living in Ondo, that they are doing things one way or the other to see that they ensure the growth and development of this community. So please, let me start from the gentleman there. Mr. Dixon Orishamuiwa, please can you give us an introduction and an insight into what you do and how you develop this community?
Good afternoon. My name is Dixon Orishamuiwa. Like you said, a farmer. What I do basically for a living is farming. I'm into catfish production.
Basically into farming?
Yes.
Okay. We have Mrs. Folashade Oshugbemiro.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oshugbemiro Folashade. I'm the creative director of Jewel Fashion House. What I do basically is I promote our culture through fashion for the world to see. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Kenneth Adegaye. I'm a public servant. I work with the Ondo State Internal Revenue Service, and I happen to be the coordinator on the Ekimogu Youth Congress. Thank you.
Okay, the coordinator. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dejibunu Caroline, the CEO of Carolora Hair. I'm a professional hairstylist.
A hairstylist, an entrepreneur too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Idowu Akinola, the CEO of Tiara Mat, Dinobu Clothing, and Crystalite Solars.
Okay, so now my name is Olamide Akimolayan. I'm a filmmaker, I'm a comedian, and this is where I stay, this is where I live. So now the discussion here is we are youth, and we have to say a very big thank you to Ekin Invest for bringing us here to talk about ourselves as youth, especially youth staying in this community. Now, I will start with, let's take it from how we started, and let's start with what have us as youth done in farming, or you as a youth done in farming to see to the growth of this community.
Thank you very much. When we say we are leaders of today, like, you know, before they said we are leaders of tomorrow, but I'm not of the opinion, I don't support that opinion though, because I believe we can take over different spaces. And that's why myself I've decided to choose farming, for example, and I'm into catfish production. And I also support other people that are coming up in different areas. Like recently we organized what we call Ondo City Enterprise Contest, and we're focusing more on different angles, and we even had more focus in the area of agriculture, poultry. So our intention from that is, Ondo used to be the leaders. At the time, Likpakala Farm, they say, was the largest producer of day-old chicks in West Africa, not only Nigeria. So we're looking at how we can go back to those days, revive agriculture, especially from the production part. So that's what we are focusing on now, to see that Ondo becomes better.
Okay, no, so that's for farming. In fashion, you are here in Ondo, and you said you've chosen fashion as a way of what you want to use as a contribution. How has the journey been here in this town? How has that affected or contributed to the growth of this community?
Okay, first I would like to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this summit. I'll say that it is one of a kind, and we usually pay for seats in places like Lagos and other developed places for us to attend this kind of summit. So it being for free for everyone, I'm surprised that the hall is not filled to the brim, but at least it's a good
We'll
development.
come to that.
And I feel very happy that this program is coming here. So to your question, you said that how has the journey been so far? I would say that it has not been easy. Yes. One, because of the location. So this kind of development is something that will put us on the map in a better way. So far, we've been able to do a few things, especially in the areas of empowerment. We've been able to, I noticed that very little attention is being paid to the young ladies amongst us. I noticed that a lot of them just roam the streets. So what I have been able to do personally is to get a team of people to educate them on how they can be better so that the society can be a better place. So to an extent, we've been able to get a few of them. We do a program we call the Girls Empowerment Training Skills. This is the 5th edition that is going on presently. We're rounding up next week. We've been able to get a few young girls off the streets by equipping them with various skills in different areas. Carolara was a part of it last year. I get facilitators, people that can train them for free, and we empower them. And after training them, we empower them to be dependent on their own. And we see in different areas where we can help them. And that has been a huge development on my part and on the part of the fashion house as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I will want you to give us an insight into the Ekimogun Youth Congress, and you as a leader. Now, just give us an insight. How has been this Congress been a contribution to this community?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, going to the topic, youth leaders of today. Any society, any environment that wastes the best of its resources is not a very good environment. Because as it is said in the Bible, the glory of the youth is in their strength. And if you don't make use of the good vibrations of the youth, if you don't harness it, they will end up becoming rebels. So at the level of Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress, as everyone is presently aware, we are a caretaker committee. So that's why they have a coordinator. On a good setting, is supposed to be a president. So what we do majorly at the end of Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress is presently identify certain problems. One, we have organizational problems. Our people need certain reorientation, but if we want to bring in new guys to blend in with the old guys, there must be a kind of platform that will make both the old and the new comfortable. So that's what we do presently at the level of Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress. We are trying to make ourselves see ourselves as friends, as brothers, remove animosity. You can imagine if we are applying a program just like we did last year, Ekimogun Youth Weekend. There are certain guys that don't want to work with Archbishop because they feel Archbishop is not part of OAYC. But in the real sense of it, OAYC is not for a group of people. The concept of OAYC has been accepted by Ondo Development Committee and the Oshimowe Council is that it is the umbrella body of all the youth. Now, sometimes in May 2022, at the request of His Imperial Majesty, by Dr. Victor Ademef, we had the hotels and suites, where the inauguration of Oshimowe Youth Empowerment Foundation was laid. The thing is, we were there, but what they had gone there to plan in Lagos was for the whole of Ondo youth. So the thing is, we need to bring ourselves together and make both the old and the new members see that, okay, this thing is ours. It's not something personal. But one thing about it is that, like I said earlier, is that we're trying to build a better structure. If you have a better structure, you know that this thing does not belong to Mr. Kenneth Adegeye. Mr. Kenneth Adegeye can be there today, and next tomorrow, Laura can be there, or any other person can be there. So that's what majorly we do for now at the level of Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress, and how well we have been able to develop the youth of this community. We are trying to build structures that work. Like when Mr. Adesanoye was talking about Ondo State Enterprise Contest, how is supposed to be a mother body? We won't say Ondo State Enterprise Contest by fire by force must come under Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress. things will not grow. Just like we have AY Love doing his own thing. But that is to keep tabs on the growth of our people. I was very happy when the customs man was here the other time. I think 2 years ago, 2020, the Akipelumi family, they had a program. They wanted to remember their late dad, actually. The north was that we'll kill cow, buy rice, and do all these merriments. But they decided to have a solar training for certain numbers of youth. That was in 2020. But you know that the joy of it is that I think last month or thereabout, there is another guy, John Paul, I think he's still inside this hall. He was the one consulted by Barrister Adewale Adebayo to come and train students, as in youth, on solar panel installation. And he was a student at that time when the Akipelumi family wanted to. So the issue now is John Paul had received training via the help of Akipelumi family. But now he's the leader of today because he had first received that training. But we must equally encourage our leaders, the lives of the Oshumowe Council, the ODC, and our political leaders. If John Paul had not been trusted by Barrister Adewale Adebayo to handle a training program, then it is a slap on our society. Because the usual thing is, if you want to do such training, they go and bring consultants from Ibadan. Then there is no follow-up. There is supposed to be, just like in the film industry, there's supposed to be continuity. Okay, at the train now, I want to get training. In the next 2 years, they should be able to train other people. Then, and the thing now goes to, our fathers should give us that responsibility.
We'll come to that. Just an introduction. We'll come to that. Thank you. So now, Carol Laura, as someone who is into, I'll call it the fashion world too, why Ondo? Why not Lagos? Why not Akure? Why this town? Why is your talent? Why are you using your talent for the development of this town? And how has it been?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizer of this event for the opportunity given to me. I'm honored, I must say. So back to your question, why Ondo? I started my business when I was going through my NC program in Adeyemi College of Education. So it was a strike, a coercive strike. And I was home for 3 months. But I have the knowledge on hair making because I learned from my mom. So I decided that it's better for me to start something. So I decided I would go for a computer training again after having that knowledge. So I went to a store in front of the school, told the man about what I want to do. And the man was like, I know you are into hair. Can you get a space here and start your business? And I told him, sorry, I don't want to bore you with my stories. So I told him, yes, but I'm not ready to start up that business because I don't even have the capital. And the man said, the shop rent is 36,000 per annum. I will pay for a year, but you have to pay me back in 3 months. And that encouraged me and pushed me further. The man surprised me. To me, it's a great challenge. So I don't want to put him down. So I have to encourage myself too. So I went home. I came up with a table in my room and a chair in my room. And I went to my mom's room, took up a glass to start up the business. That is what led to Carol Laura here today. So one thing that I want to say is I got encouraged in school because there are bills to pay, not minding my parents doing those stuffs. I'm interested in the business. I have to school here. So the salon can't be elsewhere and me studying elsewhere. Okay. So after school, I decided to make the business bigger than what it was. And talking about what we've done to the society, like a give back to the society, we have few young girls that we've trained for free because I'm always very interested in girl child. I don't know why, but I'm so interested in girl child. There are some we pick up from streets. We go to their parents, plead with them, give us this child, let's train them in hair making. And along the side of training them in hair making, we make sure they go to school. We push them to go further. Those that doesn't have O level, we push them to O level with the help of some sponsors in Ondo City. And they help us, like, okay, let me say this. I think last semester, there was this girl of mine that wanted to take a JAMB form and the WAEC at the same time. There was no fund, and I pushed it up to my Facebook, and sponsors came in for her. Now she's now a student of Adeyemi College of Education, studying chemistry. Thank you. So to me, it's a great achievement. And we have students that we train in Adeyemi College of Education as well, on behalf of the EVD course in Adeyemi College of Education. So for me, so far so good. Ondo Town is good. We don't just make hair, we create hairstyles.
Okay. All right, thank you. The man about to speak right now, I'll make a brief introduction on his behalf. I know you're not an Ondo person, but I've been in this town. I didn't grow up here myself, but I've been in this town. As far as I've been in this town, I've always known you. Why Ondo? Now, from the days of your clothing, from clothing now into supermart, and you're still here. Why here? What is that thing that's bringing you to invest in this town?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to say that this platform is an eye opener for a lot of youth in this community to understand that a lot can be achieved in Ondo. And it's really a great platform that I felt we should really encourage the organizers of this program to focus more and to do more. Actually, it's more appealing or more sensible that a program like this will come up in Ondo through the organizers. So it's really a round of applause for them. Now, to what you said, why Ondo? Ondo Town for me is more like a raw platform that needs sensitive development. I've always seen opportunities in places. One thing I do is when I walk, I see opportunities. Now, we can't compare the level of development of Lagos to that of Akure, and we can hardly compare that of Akure to Ondo. But the sincere truth is that there are sensible minds in Ondo Town. There are great minds in Ondo Town. If you move to Lagos, from beggar, you'll be seeing Ondo people. From beggar. Now that's to tell you that there are resource minds in Ondo Town, but the level of development is quite low. Now, it's not as if there were no development initially, but there were establishments that maybe collapsed or gone bankruptcy. So I keep feeling there are things to which we, the youth of this season, can do to revive the economy of Ondo. I know that Ondo is more of, say, civil service and cocoa production, but I realize that there are still more that can be tapped from Ondo Town, not even Ondo State, from Ondo Town. There are so many vibrant energy that can be tapped in Ondo Town. So one of the things that actually made me venture into many of the businesses I ventured into was the fact that, as at that time, nobody was running it, or nobody was running the way it should be run. So I went into clothing because, as at that time, nobody was actually branding clothes the way it should be done. And I invested a lot in it and made a lot from it. And I trained a lot through it. A lot of people you see outside within Ondo Town now, branding clothes, would have gone through me either directly or indirectly. Now, from that particular experience, opening a supermart, it's more of people needed things that could only be gotten in a supermarket, not with yellow jars. Now, I can categorically tell you that the more reason why you have more of shawarma in Ondo Town today was because we invested in shawarma breads and sausages. That was the first of its kind in Ondo Town. This format started 2019, and since then we've been looking into what do people need that they cannot get. So we tend to invest more in what they can't get within Ondo Town. And we've been receiving patronage from Captain Cooks, Crunchies, because we invested in what they needed.
That's why you have most of those, what's it called? Most of those packages readily available. Initially, it was not like that. But because some set of people came in and said, okay, how can we do his? How can we make his for transactions that people can actually do order and get it within seconds? So now investing into it, bringing people into it. As a matter of fact, we've even employed more people to, okay, let me start with Adeyemi, for example. If you get to Adeyemi now, an average hustler, or let me say an average student in Adeyemi, will tell you, I know how to do shawarma. An average, I mean average. Now, we have more patronage from there, from Adeyemi students. Whenever Adeyemi is in section, who would come and say, oh, sorry, we need this, we want to produce this. Can you get us this? Can you help us get this? So you observe that it's more like a trend that people are being equipped because a resource is available somewhere. So we provide the resources, helping people who have interest in those line of business to move forward.
All right, thank you very much. Now, we have an insight of what we all do here. Myself as a person, I'm also a part of this panel. Now, I will tell you something. As a stand-up comedian and basically as a filmmaker, why Ondo? What do I see to gain that I want to create my films from here? Like he said, I see Ondo as a ground where things are, and people are not tapping into it. I studied literature in the university. I've been directing since 2006, directing stage plays. I started my short movies in the year I shot in South Africa in the year 2015. Then I went to Lagos. I was hustling Lagos in comedy, and somebody called me and said, look, these days comedians are going back to their homes. Go to Abeokuta, you see Dr. Smile. He's holding that place. If you go to Ibadan, then it was Peteru. If you go to this place, there is this person there. Where are you from? I said, I'm from Ondo. He said, go back to Ondo. Go and hold that place. Do you have a comedian in Ondo? I said, no. He said, go back there. And when I got to this town, it was hard. How much were people charging for MC? MC then, it was very, very small. Maybe 5,000. In fact, if they pay you 10,000 naira in this town for MC job, you are a big man. But when I got there and I started doing it differently, and lo and behold, I graduated since 2010. I've never worked before in my life. I worked once at Sun City FM and maybe for just maybe 1 year or something. That was basically the only place I've worked in a span of maybe 12 years. And I've been in this town, I've been feeding myself, I've been living off what I know how to do. And I get job regularly in this town. And from what I do, I think I've inspired over lots and lots of youth. If you go everywhere now, you see MC something, MC this, MC that, and everybody is getting job their way. Now, to filmmaking, I woke up one morning and I was like, I want to go into filmmaking. This is what I studied. In the course of that, I said, where should we shoot? Then I looked at some movies, classic movies. Where were they shot? In Ondo State. If you've seen this film, Oweje was shot in Akure. October 1st by Kunle Afolayan was shot in Akure, Ilaramoki. There are locations to shoot movies. This will bring development to the town. Hotels will sell. That was why I said, look, if I'm shooting my first film, I'm going to write a story that will fly in Ondo town. And that was how I wrote Balokun. And I came with a couple of friends. We gathered money together. We shot the film. And I tell you, Balokun is the first film that is made not in Lagos, not by an Ondo person that lives in America, not by an Ondo person that lives in Lagos or those big names, the Omotola Jolade, the Yemi Black and the rest, but by an Ondo man staying in Ondo town. This is our small city that shot a film, and my first nomination was at the Abuja International Film Festival. I won at the award. I was like, wow. So when I saw AMVCA, I said, look, let's try AMVCA. AMVCA is the biggest film award in Africa, organized by Africa Magic. And I put in for there, and I got a nomination at AMVCA, shot and made in Ondo town. And that gave me the idea that, look, Archbishop, what you need to do now is you need investors. You need people to put money in these things. I tell you, filmmaking is a multi-billion naira industry. Netflix Amazon, they are looking for content every day. So when I saw this, I said, look, we have all these things, all these hills, all these Nibanola farms you are looking at, all these inside bush. We have locations in Ondo town. Traffic will not hold you from location A to B to go and shoot your film. You can go there within 5 minutes, you will shoot. And I said, look, I'm shooting here. And I started speaking to people outside town that can recognize the potential. And last month, I came back with some people and we shot a multi-million naira film in this same town. So, the idea for me is, all we need is people to believe in us. People to say, okay, they can recognize these potentials, they invest in us, and we give them back their money. So that is from me. Now, this thing I'm saying now is leading to the next question, and it's going to be random. Anybody who wants to speak about this can just grab the mic and make a contribution. Now, we want to go straight. I don't want to bore our listener because I want them to contribute too. We have some issues on ground, especially with youth. The next generation, they don't trust us. The speaker was speaking here the other time. I was talking about the challenges of the people in diaspora investing in us. They are scared. You are a farmer, they are scared to give you their money. They don't want to drop their money because they feel like, Ondo boy, go me. Somebody was saying something at the back the other time that, look at the hall, look at the numbers of youth in the hall. And he mentioned something. He said, Ondo youths are lazy. Are we lazy? Question 1. Are we lazy? He said it because they are not coming here to do empowerment. And this is the fear. Anywhere you go to, people say Ondo youth that they are lazy, they don't want to work, they want free money. What is the root of this problem? Look at the hall. We don't have much of our youth here. And some people, when I heard that thing, it shocked me, and I was like, lazy. Ondo youth, are we lazy? Do we want free money?
I would like to comment on that actually, because when it comes to employment, I employ people a lot. And I know what I experience a lot. Now, this is the point. I have grown to an extent where I realize that Ondo is like a test ground for Nigeria. If anything happens in Ondo, believe me, it's more like something big is coming to Nigeria. Now let me say this. When we talk about the active participation of youth, either in business or in services, in Ondo town, the ideology around an average youth is making money. Yes, it's true. Whoever is going into business wants to make money. But there is a process in everything. The process of learning, just like you are doing, gradually to where you can be self-sustaining or self-independent. Then the process of marketing yourself. Now, you are a filmmaker. When I met you, I was like, are you sure this guy is a filmmaker? That was my notion. Because I've never seen any movie, either produced by you or that you featured in. But somewhere there is a look you constantly kept that made me feel this guy is not ordinary. Do you understand? Now, it's a brand. You are marketing yourself. So if people are to ask you, why do you do this? I'm a filmmaker. The number one thing I've realized is that in Ondo town, I won't say majority of the youth. I'll say about, let me use 50-50, not to use 60%. Of the youth are not really interested in personal development, but they're interested in making money. That's two different things. Personal development and making money
They are two different things. But the funniest thing is that personal development brings money. But when we say people want to make money, their mindset is get rich quick. I don't want to
So are you saying most Ondo youths, they have this idea of get rich quick?
Just like I said,
idea.
I'm not saying
not
more,
everybody.
all.
Okay,
Yes.
but is it a majority thing or the minority now?
Now let me give you an instance.
Okay.
There was a time I employed about 5 guys in Ondo in my clothing world to be sewing clothes for me. Now, constantly, I would have issues relating to them not coming to work. What's the problem? What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Or I want to do this. Someone send me this. You are getting paid for it. But because the expectation in it is lower, like, oh no, you know, averagely, there is an expected fee you are expecting. Oh, I should be paid so amount of money. And what I'm getting might be little. As at that time, I was the only one paying that amount of money. It was quite huge. But the fact that they were not really turning up made me brought guys from Lagos. Now, what they will, if I'm producing 1,000 clothes, for example, you know I do bulk production for schools and the likes. Now, if I'm producing 1,000 clothes, if it were to be the Ondo guys, it would take me roughly a month to produce. They will come to work today, do little, rest, eat, do that, and leave. Now, when I bring guys from Lagos, 5 days, they are done. Because they have no affiliation here. What they want to do is get the job done, get paid, leave for the next one. Because they survive on the job. They live on the job. Now, an average guy here believes that, oh, I beg, this guy is there, I don't know what he's doing, but he's living large. You want me to be sewing clothes and be getting stipends from it. So it's an average mindset that, hold on, it's an average mindset that, not majority. Now, and I believe that the reason for that would have been the, let me say, socio-economic factor of the nation. I know that Nigeria is in a critical stage. It has been for long, not now. Now, our level of education has not really allowed us to think. That is a challenge. Human beings are made as a thinking being. The ability for you to sit and think things through makes you an human.
Okay. Because of others to contribute, let's hear other people's contribution. You want to contribute? Okay. Let's make it very, very fast because we have other things too. Other questions.
Okay. So
are we lazy? What's the challenge with us in Ondo? What really is the challenge? Your opinion.
Okay, from my own point of view, we are not lazy. And I'm saying that on behalf of everyone. Sir, sorry, I would like to ask you a question. The guys you got from Ondo, you were paying them, right? The ones you got from Lagos, you were paying them. Were you paying them the same amount? You were paying them the same amount, those in Ondo and those from Lagos?
Was that those who came from Lagos, I paid for their transportation and I accommodated them.
So have you thought of the accommodation and the transport fee, making it monetary and adding it to their stipends and see how they'll deliver? I'm just trying to talk from their own point of view.
In investment, why you employ people from your neighborhood is to reduce cost,
your cost
of running.
Of production, okay?
Do you understand? Now, if I know that I can get 20 people in Ondo that would follow me down to a place and I will do a perfect solar installation. By the way, you know I install solar too. Now, I'm more concerned about their efficiency. The job doesn't take them more. Just come, do your fixing, and leave. But fashion is not like that. There's an expected result. It has to be perfect. You are doing makeup, right? Or you are, hairstylist. Now, I can't come as a customer, bring, I don't know, the most expensive wig, so to say, and give it to you for you to give me a very lovely hairdo. And at the end of the day, what you produce is whack. Do you think I will come back? Now, but what I'm paying for is your expertise. And that is the more reason why when we employ people from Ondo, we train them. This is where I'm going to. It's not as if they are that balanced. Lagosians are far better. That's what they live on. That is what they do. Do you get? That is exactly what they do. But in Ondo here, you'll be the one to groom them, raise them.
And they still want the same pay.
And they still want the same pay. So even with the same pay, you still have the challenge, the lackadaisical attitude that I'm sorry.
Let's take it to the politician. Now, most times people blame your Congress for things that are done. Like people hide under OEYC to enjoy freebies because OEYC today is going to Abiola Makinde. They want a car, they want a bus. Under your sword, there's a session that wants to pay house rent. Now they believe that politicians are getting you spoiled under the Congress and making the Congress weak for the society, which is making more of the youth join your Congress because they want free money from politicians. Now, the blame now is people think the Congress is not a development to the community, rather is making more youth weak and more. So now, should we think the politicians are using you, a Congress? I'm not saying OEYC in particular, but I'm saying as a tool to make the youth relaxed or lazy because they feel them crumbs and everybody is happy. Because that was what somebody said there. He said, Shebi, it's not because they are doing empowerment, they are not sharing money here. That is why they are not here. Assuming a politician is sharing bike outside, you will see our youth filled everywhere. Is that the reason?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to say, in every climb, in every society, you find lazy men, you find lazy women. You find lazy old men, you find lazy old women. You only find hardworking ones. For example, in a place in Ondo State that their men don't work. It is their women that will go all out and come back to feed the men. The thing is, Ondo youths are not lazy. Then firstly coming to the issue of OEYC. We are the problems of OEYC. Because on a good day, Archbishop is an Ondo youth. But if I should tell you are a member of OEYC, what will be your reaction? You are supposed to, until we will not get it right until everybody personalizes OEYC. Because OEYC is a platform for all youths in Ondo Kingdom. Then on the issue of people going around collecting money from politicians, OEYC is a non-partisan group. So going back to whether the youths are lazy or they are not lazy, the thing is you must identify a problem and you must equally find the solutions. And most of the times, the solutions to bigger puzzles lies in finding solutions to smaller puzzles. I'll give an example. Like I was talking the other time on continuity. OEYC is a barrack. Soldier must go, soldier must come. It doesn't belong to anybody. There was a time in this community, there was a menace of cultism. People were killing themselves on cascos with their own lives. It was the OEYC leadership at that time that initiated the process that, okay, let us bring another innovation. Let us grow traditional. If these people should swear by Bible or by Quran, they don't believe in it, they be, okay, and we discovered that after they took the water and everything, there was a decline. In fact, if not a total stop. Now where I'm coming from now is that where I want to get to is, are youth really lazy? No. If you look at the nucleus of the present Amotekun and the community peace corps now, they were former cultists. So that means, like I said earlier, I said, we youths, we have that vibrations, we have that energy. It is either you are utilizing it or we become rebellious. So how do you explain it that formerly someone who will carry a gun and be chasing his own brother is now the same person who is helping the community to fight insecurity? Because the truth of the matter is, you share our Peace Corps, the community guys Peace Corps, what they were able to do, ordinarily, I'm not saying the police is not too good though, but these guys brought their own native intelligence in terms of security. If you can be trained to carry without proper training, illegal training to carry a gun and you could do other stuff. Now they are bringing it to the core of the society to help the society. So it now brings us to the point that what our youth really need is that they need training and reorientation. Because that's just the bane. If someone before now carry a gun to shoot, and now the same person, no, it's not as if you have shamed them. The same persons after proper orientation, why you don't need to do this, why you need to come back home, you can be part of society building, and now they are the ones protected. In fact, the KBC feels more comfortable being guided by the peace and security corps than the conventional Nigerian police force. So that means we need a platform. We have some of our youths that are refined. Because the thing is, even if you are going to orientate us, the elders cannot totally decide on what it is to orientate us on. We have some of us that are in the middle. Some of us are refined. I'm on young people and then for I'm on young papa not then for. If we have an end point, we have an end point, we can equally devise a means to that end that will be convenient for all of us. If you are going to make certain sacrifices, you understand why you are making it. But the language has to come from us. Then before I hand over the microphone, our fathers should continue to encourage us. When you see us doing something good, something happened where we were one of the company at the last Ekimo Ogun festival. When the presentation of vehicle was to be made to the Miss Ekimo Ogun, firstly, His Imperial Majesty thought it wise. Let us encourage our youth with Young Achievers Award, Oshemowe Young Achievers Award. There was a lady, probably Damilola Akitewe. Not company plaque. You were just given an award, award plaque. But when the presentation was being made for the vehicle for Miss Ekimo Ogun, because of that initial action of recognizing Damilola Akitewe, the wife of one of the chief, the chairman of the day,
okay,
he felt it that okay, because we have different perspectives of thinking. Some people will feel onoko or akisa,
beauty,
don't wear, agbemoto
brains,
don't need brain. So it's engineered a thought on that timetable, and another person stood up that on behalf of me, myself, and my family, that was the wife of Barrister Wadewale Adebayo.
Okay.
And he donated a vehicle
to the lady,
to Akitewe.
Okay.
So you could see that there is a chain reaction. That's why we talk about continuity. If His Imperial Majesty had not thought of Oshomowe Young Achievers Award, probably Akitewe wouldn't have gotten a car that wasn't planned for. And beyond what was done in that place, definitely more persons must have gone ahead to bless her, either in cash, in kind, and many other things. Okay. So we are looking up equally to our fathers to take the proper steps in reorientating our youth.
Okay, I will go to different questions for you too. I don't want us to dwell on this. Now we have our basics and the rest. Now that we know that our youths are not lazy, definitely you can't have a community where you have the ups and downs. And the blames now, we can't say it's on our politicians because they are trying. Honorable Abiola Makinde is doing empowerment, Babakinaja is doing empowerment. They are trying in the society, they are doing their jobs. How do we go about people to invest in us? We have Ondo youth that are striving, that are trying to pull their heads from this community to the outside world. But we have fear of investors. The CEO of Ekichat was talking the other time about she investing in Nigeria and the challenges of trust. What should we do? How do we go about it? I want to make film. You are a farmer, you are into fashion, you have a congress, you are a youth, every one of us is a businessman. We need investors. I am sure if somebody says he wants to give you 20 million from the US now, you will not say no. But how do we overcome challenges of trust, they are lazy of the miscommunication, of somebody rising up and being the next big farmer from Ondo town? What should we do? How do we go about it? Please, 1 minute. Please, if you're out there, you're watching us right now in the audience, we'll have a time for your contributions too. So you can make notes, you can jot your questions after the session, you can make your contributions to us, and you give us your own notes. Thank you. Please, your contribution.
Thank you, Bishop. This question, I think I'll be answering in two different ways. I will start with our earlier discussion. Either Ondo youths are lazy or not. Just like he said before me, he said he cannot categorically say that we are lazy. I, as a person, I will say that, like he said, 50% of us are lazy. Let's call a spade a spade. 50% of us are lazy. 50% of us are not lazy. How do I mean? I employ people every day. Like, I employ people every day. It's not about the pay. Some people do not want to work. They don't just want to work. Yes, if I am self-employed and I can pay people to the tune of 50,000 naira, something that probably a big private organization is not paying, and you still leave work,
Even in
then
Lagos,
what else are you looking for?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about the payments now. People are naturally lazy. And I think that the culture of this social media slave and fast money syndrome, it has ended the value of our people. We have no morals whatsoever. I don't know if you understand my point. A lot of us just want to slay and have quick money. I want to use a Benz, I want to use a Bentley, regardless of how to go about it. So let's call a spade a spade. We need to reorientate our youth. It is important. We cannot keep deceiving ourselves that we are not lazy. Not all of us are lazy, but of a fact,
Now, to
half
those,
of us are lazy.
to those of us that are not lazy, what should
Now,
we do? We have photographers.
Okay.
We have business idea
to those
people.
of us that are not lazy.
How do we get people to invest in us? This is investment opportunities.
For if I were an investor out of the country, and
No, within the country, outside the country, anywhere in the world.
Okay, anywhere in the
Mhm,
world. If I
mhm.
were an investor somewhere, and I'm looking forward to investing here in Ondo Town, I think it is important that before I would do anything, everything in life is risk. Either you like it or not. In fact, somebody might just have finished investing in a particular business and the business is booming and all, and you invest in it and it's zero. Everything is a risk. So if they trust us enough, the few of us that they feel are not lazy, if they trust us enough, they should start with a little. It's not compulsory you come with 500 million naira before we know that you want to invest. You can start somewhere. In fact, that is what makes the business grow. You don't just come and invest in me with a 50 million naira. Why not give me 500,000 and see what I will make do with it? Then if I'm able to turn that over for you, then you can now do a huge investment.
Okay.
I think that is better.
Mr. Dixon, I want your contribution.
Okay, oftentimes when we talk about investment, a business analyst, I look into investment and some other things. One of the reasons why people don't invest into us is that we have good ideas. We are doing good. We have the energy. For those of us that are not lazy, we are following up well. But oftentimes we still lack some basic entrepreneurial management skills. And that's where investment comes into. When you say people invest into you, it's different from people giving you grants or giving you political giving or whatsoever. We need training first. When I've looked into some businesses in Ondo. Some of them cannot actually differentiate between their turnover and their profit. So all the money coming into the business, they believe is their money. And some of us that have even been running businesses for years, do we have track record? If you are telling me, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I want to invest, you are looking for investors. Then when they ask for records, then you say, last year I made a turnover of 10 million. Give proof. Most of us don't even put our money in banks. You understand? When we put our money in banks, you said something about risk. Even in business, there are things you take calculated risk. You understand? You might have a business that is booming. In fact, I was talking to someone about maybe setting up, a distribution business. So the fear is when they are bringing the goods, what if there's an accident or so ever? So I was trying to explain. Do you know it costs just 25 million to insure goods in transit of 10 million? It costs about 0.25%. So for a goods of 1 million, you are paying just 2.5, which you can easily remove from your business. So if you've not been doing, so if you said you are into distribution and you are telling me I've been doing 1 million for maybe about 2 years, maybe 1 million per month, and you are able to show evidence of your insurance of goods in transit for over 2 years, then you are showing me this is where I bank, this I pay myself salary, I do all of this. I'm just giving an overview. Then we have a better presentation to investors. But when we just have all our brain in our head, as soon as we go to sleep, the business sleeps with us. We are sick, the business is sick with us. People cannot invest. And that's why as youth in Ondo, we need to get to that area where we see business as business. And we forget about free things. I was telling someone that this topic is talking about youth as leaders of today. Oftentimes when we say this, we always look at people like, they are talking about political leadership. No, we're talking about youth taking over in the area of commerce, in the area of manufacturing, in the ICT area. We can become leaders. Just amidst us there, one person can only be governor for 4 years, but all of us can be CEOs for life. You are doing well in your own field. Tiara is doing well. Caro and all others, they are doing well in their own field. We can put those things up, then have a common platform where, like, thank God for Ekives that is coming up now. We can now use that platform to reach out to the world. We obtain training, then I can showcase Archbishop as being his first film, was nominated for MVCA. That's a whole lot. Not everybody gets that. Tiara Mat has a story. If I tell you my own story, so people will know we can do things. Then how many youths are even investing into themselves before you ask others to invest into you? You cannot, some of us, our parents paid for our university, our parents are still paying for our food. Currently, we are married. Our parents are still taking part, and you want others to invest into you. Archbishop, you will not invest into that kind of person. So others too cannot invest into such people. So we need to bring ourselves up. I was telling someone that I got my first training at LBS for free. Diamond Bank sponsored us. But the second one I saved money before buying my first car. I paid 1.1 million. That money can buy a car at that time. But I decided to go to Lagos Business School first and study and become an alumni. Just take agribusiness management as a course. So if I come to you and I tell you I'm an agribusiness expert and I show you what I'm doing, I show you certification to back it, you will invest into me, because for me to put 1.1 million down to do a 6-month course at LBS, you know I know what I'm doing. So we need to invest into ourselves and have facts and figures and evidence to back what we are doing. People will invest into us. A lot of people are looking for where to put their money and get little on it. But when we don't have all these kind of thing in place and we are not projecting ourselves as leaders, we are still dependent on others. People don't invest into beggars.
I want investment. Talking about investment, there are people watching us out there right now, people in this audience. They want to do business they don't know anything about. They want to okay, please handle. They want to do things they don't even have an idea. Something happened to me. I got 5 acres of land at somewhere around Akinjagunla area, very far inside, and I don't know anything about farming. So they gave me one egbon like that I should help me do the farm. We gave the bros money. Till today I didn't see egbon. So I did not see the egbon. Now I'm not a farmer. I don't even know a cocoa tree from a kola nut tree. My money is gone. Now I'm frustrated. I'm looking for somebody to help me buy the land now because I'm not a farmer. So now I have distrust. I don't even know what to give her. And the egbon was telling me, don't worry, bring the money. In the next 2 months, we will do this. We will do that. I say, I'm a farmer now. But now, I have not even seen one. So now, how do we make people?
Yo. I'm so sorry, but your experience, actually. Let me tell you a short story. Sometimes last 3 years, I met a guy. He's far older than me. But I saw him, he's into poultry. And he was struggling with the business. So I said, okay, how about we partner? I have funds. You have the knowledge. It's not as if I don't have the knowledge, but you have the knowledge and you are into it. You already have an established place. Take 250K. So what I did was take 100,000. Let's see what you can do. So I give him 100K. He raised the bet for the first section, sold them off. I said, oh, impressive. Now take 250K. Let's see what you can do. Bearing in mind that the first investment was still there. So I gave him 250K. Do you know what happened? After 4 weeks I got there. I saw those birds. They were 4 weeks old, but they were like 3 days old. Imagine a 4 weeks bird looking like a 3-day-old bird. What happened? He said he doesn't know, they are wrong, blah, blah, blah. Later I got to discover that he was using the money to fund his PhD. Are we lazy? No, that is the concept. Now, you are saying that you are looking for foreign investors to invest in us. The facts and figures around foreign investors that are trying to invest in you is to check your level of integrity, accountability. Now, they would observe how well you understand the business, the technical know-how. Nobody is willing to throw their money into the gallows. I can't even do that again.
But people do that a lot.
Now, this is my point. For us to have foreign investors or Ondo in the diaspora investing home into the hands of the youth, there are basic steps to which we need to start. Now, number one, we need a program for reorientation, which I will tag human development. Imagine this place filled with youth, learning basic things. I mean, basic things of life that would help you go far. It's a sign that you are willing to grow. Now, we can say that people are not really looking at what we are doing, but some people are streaming this event and they are checking. Guys, come. There are some sensible guys in Ondo Town who I felt like I met someone who met someone online, and you are like, okay, can you help me supply fish to my grandma? You're like, ah, fine, no problem. And he did that. And I was like, ah, you don't know me, I don't know you. I paid you, you did this. Okay, let's try again. Increase the fee. And the next thing, this guy is exporting smoked fish to this woman outside Nigeria. I mean, in millions. In this Ondo town. Now, do you know that if you are to be some set of people,
just like my own.
So I'm saying that people are willing to invest. There are people who have enough funds looking for what to do with the fund. Even if it's to be getting an ROI of 10% per year, they don't mind. They just don't want to keep the funds in the bank. But the challenge is, how do you source for sensible talent that you are too sure that would even give you returns on the money? Oh, returns is even way too far. That will even give you the actual money. So I'm saying that there is a need for a program, because that's my belief, that will start reorientating the youths, and from there we now start with skill. Skill acquisition is one thing that we are too sure of, that in the next 100 years it will always reign. Now, this is the point. Within this platform, I believe there are who knows who understand the fact that, okay, we have a team of youth who are doing something large in Ondo. Now, it doesn't take, there's something called referral. Banks live so much on referral. For example, if you want to take a loan, if I'm trustworthy, and let's say I've been running loan of up to 25 million, and I've never defaulted for once, if I stand as a referrer or a guarantor for you, they will give you the loan. That is bank. Because they believe my integrity is at stake. Now, you can't go as a newbie and say, I'm sorry, I just need 10 million naira. No bank will give you. So I'm saying that, all right, there is a need for, in Ondo Town, if programs like this can be used to reorientate the youth, now start sourcing for genuine talent that people can promote. I mean, that a platform can promote. Imagine most of the shows you see online, like, I'm not saying people in Nigeria, I'm saying American Got Talent, all those shows, they are promoting a particular talent. And at the end of the day, they will get funds for it. Now, Tony Elumelu is doing something huge in Nigeria. If you observe what Tony Elumelu is doing, he's sourcing for talent. You can't just come in with a quack proposal and no, it's not done that way. They give up to $6,000, $10,000.
All right. Well, if we're here, we'll be here tonight when our bonds, our daddies were talking about that. We said, want to low time to low. So time to are not in low by. We have to send us off on this platform. We want to get contributions from our youth. Questions, ideas, share your innovations with us in 1 minute. Do we have people with contributions? Contributions, questions? I'm sure. Okay, please, you can come, sir. I'm sure everything we've been discussing here won't just go like that. Let's have the contribution. Let's have your question. We're sure that this summit, and we say a very big thank you to Akivest for making the youth a part of this, not just listeners. Please, you can hurry up. You are a youth, my brother. Please, hurry up, hurry up. Okay, you are a youth. Run now. Let's get the contribution. You know our time is fast spent. The other time we were saying Otipe, yeah, we're not Otipe.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Sam Adigola. I'm a farmer. And while you were talking the other time, Mr. Dixon said something. I think one of the challenges the youths are facing in the city is the issue of mindset. A lot of people still have this poverty mindset. When you tell them to work, because I also have the challenge of employing people to come and work for us, because they see farming as dirty job, which is actually not. You cannot survive without food. Even politicians will feed them. Now, when you ask them to come, if you give them more than the expected fund you agree to pay them, they will not come the second day because they have enough. So when the money is about to finish, they will come to the farm to come and work. So after taking the money, they will leave. So these are some of it. So we still need a kind of summit for the youths generally. The youths, because now a lot of our daddies and mummies, they are not here anymore. So we need to organize a youth summit, business youth summit, to enlighten the youth more about this thing. So I will enjoy the president of OIC to see how we can work this together to bring youth even from other states, because we need to share ideas, we need to mingle, we need to network with our fellow colleagues outside. So that is what I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, sir, Dr. Femi Akikwebi, so now we are telling you we will come. But this time around, sir, we will come. That's what we are saying, we will come. But then it will be about us, the youth. We will know that this is for us. I think one of the challenges we have with this event, some people said, it's for the Agbalagba, the people that want to invest big money. So now, we are begging you. We want our own, strictly for us. Yes, question, contribution. Please, your name. Tell us your name.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Akife Boloa Felix is my name, and I will react to the question our host, the organizer, asked that will they come? Sir, we will. If I believe there are ways to mobilize youth, there are things you present to youth that will caption them. Now, it's about that, sir. We all need orientation, sir. We need orientation. But according to community development services, there are activities, there are engagements that youth will get attracted to. Sir, let me start. Sporting activities, educative activities, things that bring even health, outreach, many more. But sir, let me go. Okay, sir.
So now the suggestion of Dr. Femi Akikwebi is we have a committee, not the existing committee, Ondo Youth, not OEYC now. Okay? So, so what we need is before we leave this hall, I think if we can get volunteers, people that know that they are ready to tell their community, their friends and family, we'll gather them here on this platform and we'll create that, sir. We'll do that.
Thank you, sir. It is achievable. Thank you. And here goes to my. Let me start by saying big thank you.
Please, let's make it fast. We have others waiting.
I will.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Thank you. I will start by saying Ondo youth are not lazy. Only that we are all industrious in different sectors. That's that first. And sir, when it comes to ideas, here in Ondo, or let me say part of this country, Nigeria, idea is just like when you are telling them what will happen in 2027, in 2022. Many will understand you. And my questions go thus: why are improving lives and mind projects in Ondo don't meet their end goals?
Okay.
why are improving life and minds projects in Ondo don't meet their end goals?
Okay. I will explain.
Yes.
He said, I get it. I get your question. Thank you. I will explain it. The question is straightforward. He said, innovative ideas. Why don't they meet their end goals? People will come with ideas because it's not the first time people will say they want to do this, they want to do that, this and that, and at the end of the day, we will see nothing. Is that what you are saying? Why is it happening like that?
Reason why I asked that question, sir, for example, once upon a time last year, we the youth, through the OEYC then, they said there will be a training for the media training done at Kaftan TV. Then we came in for it. And in the course of the training, we had this innovation that in Ondo community, we don't have the Ekimoku press media, we don't have. And some youths were in the process, but at the end of it, yes, we know some people will be given employment, which is normal. But those youth that came up with the passion to come and learn something, at the end of it, there was nothing to even encourage them to add more to their community with their media experience. That's why I asked the question that why are minds and changing projects in Ondo are not meeting?
All right, thank you. So who is answering the question, sir? Are you helping with us? So the question now is, people come and tell you that come for training, do this, they get employed, ideas, innovations. At the end of the day, nobody will say anything. Eh? You want to contribute to... That's why I'm saying that who wants to contribute? Or you want to answer? Somebody wants to answer him. We are all youth.
If I get his question right, that after
Malule.
after the trainings and all, that there's nothing to show for it. I was telling somebody on a WhatsApp group some couple of months ago. The person complained about this same thing that you said, and I asked the person. The person specifically said he went for a media training on TV, broadcasting training, and after it, no empowerment. I said, you are in Ondo. You went for a training in a TV station. He said yes. And after the training, you stayed in Ondo. How many TV stations do we have in Ondo? That was what I asked him. Positioning is very, very important. Now, after that training, position yourself in a place where you can practice. Then when there's a platform here, you come back. Now, I told him, I said that I know five people that were in the same training that you did, and they're in Lagos. In fact, they're making money. One of them is earning 200,000 naira in a TV station in Lagos. The training was in Ondo here, not in. To start practicing it. But when you position yourself, after a while, things will get better.
All right, to your contribution, our time is fast spent. You say you have a contribution.
Now to
or
mine,
question.
To mine is question and contribution. Now somebody among the panel said that investors are scared of trusting people, right? Their money. I agree with you when it comes to those in diaspora that are not here, that don't really have access to the 50% that are good in what they are doing that they can invest in. But when it comes to those here, I'm sorry to say this, everything about in Ondo, one of our major problems is everything is political. We need to separate politics from development. Until we learn to do that, it won't develop. Okay, now, this is Archbishop. He's into movie production. He has short movies, AMVCA. What proof do you need? What else do you need to know that he's good at that? Now, all you need to do is sit him down. Okay, how can I invest in this? How do we go about it? How can we make money from this? And when he's able to convince you, you start investing in a little way. Now, those in Ondo here that have the money that can invest in people are seeing the products that they can invest in, day out. But they won't. But trust me, when it comes to when they need your services, the same you that they can invest in and they're not investing, when they need your services, they will still want you to render that same service free.
Okay.
So how do you now make money to invest in yourself? They're not investing in you, no problem. Nobody owes you anything, no problem. But you are now investing in yourself. you are rendering services. When you render the services, are they ready to pay the same people that have the money? Are they ready to pay the value of what you are rendering so that you can invest back in yourself since they are not investing in you? That's where we have problem. We have good photographers here, fashion designers. Just like you said, you are training girls. I was at the last year edition. How many support did you get? None. But we can only now we need her when it becomes political. Then we come and invest in that thing when it becomes political. But outside politics, when it's not political, are we investing? This is the man that gave me the first check for my music, IAMI. He's here. He invested in me. He is not a politician. And he has done that for several other people. We need to start little by little, invest in people. And when you need their services, pay them well so they can invest in themselves. That is when others will be encouraged to invest in themselves because they know they will get the value for what they are doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm happy with the youth. Our session is sweet, sir. Our session is sweet. All right.
All right, good afternoon, sirs and mas. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We do really appreciate it, ma. And I'll be starting with the question asked the other time about our youth being lazy. I am born here in Ondo for the past years now, and I can say, obviously, out of the 100% of the youth here in Ondo, I can say 50% of them are very, very lazy. Like, very, very lazy. I'm so pained. Like, seriously, I'm so pained looking at the chairs. They are empty. Most people here today, they are old men and women. Like, I'm so pained. Like, why are we organizing this program? We don't need the old people here any longer. Their generation is gone, not gone in that sense. We need youth that can foster this agenda. We need youth that can foster this innovation. A lot of our youth today, they are all going about with trending. They want quick money. They don't want to push in their own self potentials. They don't want to push in their own self potentials. So my contribution is that if we can go to all these schools for orientation, like my other colleague said the other time, the main thing I think that can solve this issue in Ondo is mind transformation. We need a lot of mind transformation in Ondo. A lot of mind transformation. And how can we do that? We have our schools, we have our worship centers. Our parents can push these people outside. Our parents, they can push these people. Let's go to our worship centers. It's not just for worshiping alone. We need, because in a society, the people who foster things in the society and make the glory shine brighter is those people living in the society. Because I look at Abuja, I look at Lagos. What makes it different? The people, the mindset, the people in there. So I don't blame people coming to Ondo, because I was listening to the diasporas the other time. They were scared of coming back to Ondo. If I'm in their shoes too, I would be scared, because nobody wants to invest money in things that are not futuristic. Nobody wants to invest money in that. So I would love to say that we need to start with mind transformation, going to our schools. Adeyemi people, I don't know why they are not here today. A lot of, when I meet 100% of people, ask them what their agenda is. They will tell you, I just want to be okay, I want to survive. No, we need to be futuristic. This is about our generation, our next generation, our next generation to come. So, apart from political agendas, a lot of our youth are after this politics. We don't need 5,000 naira. We don't need 10,000 naira. We need something for our generation, next generation to come, and more like that. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Yes, please, my brother, before you say something, before I forget, please, I have a message for the people in diaspora. Before I forget, I want to add to our contribution. Why you invest in us, why you are scared of us, when it is time for you to invest in us in Ondo, don't use Obo Adesanoye. I don't know the English of Obo Adesanoye. The investment you want to do in Lagos that will cost you 2 million, because you are coming to Ondo, you want to give us 200,000, and you want to achieve the 2 million naira gain. It does not work like that. One auntie, the value, One auntie used money to do show. She was in the US. She did show in Akure. She spent millions of naira in Akure Korero Ekokon. Then I introduced her to me because I'm honest. Sometimes you might be honest and you fall into the wrong hand. Now I'm honest. I want her to come and invest in Ondo and the rest. This woman was now giving me stipends and was now doing buga that she wants me. I was like, but once she buying Tombi Connie, but about to one ball Ondo town, Emma Mafi, bad monkey to iron us. So if you want to invest in us, I'm begging you, invest in us the right way. Is it that you invest in us the right way or don't invest in us at all? So people will invest in you in the wrong way and they will start shouting monkey that, hey, oti pami okopae. Invest fun, and you just drop small. You did hand like this and you are shouting, if it's in Lagos, we will give them bigger money. So I think to our investors in diaspora, they should put mind to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I am Julius. I'm a photographer. My contribution is to the youth. Please, information is key. Information is power. One of my brothers said something that there's something that Tony Elumelu usually do. It has happened in Ondo here. And then when it happens, we were about 189 that applied out of the whole youth in Ondo. And then the banner was pasted there, out there, for more than a month. When I saw it, when I applied for it, Ondo City Enterprise Contest, when I applied for it, I saw it on someone's status. And I had to follow the link. And I applied. And then the first day, during the pre-screening, I gained something. We had 3 days camp. Those who came, about 60-something youth came. They gained something. We went for another 2 weeks boot camp, which we were hoping to see investors that they will invest in us. We know it will happen. It's still coming. During that 2 weeks, there are so many courses which I know because me, I've been going to conferences in Lagos. I've paid 50,000. I've paid 70,000. And every time I'm going there, I will leave my work. I will leave my ozu. In the morning, I will go. They will teach us operational management. According to what Mr. Dixon was saying, that they cannot invest in you, that you cannot manage business properly. You don't know how to keep stock. You don't know how to do marketing. And then you want investors to come and invest in you. We have thousands of youths. How many applied? 189 applied. And then out of those who applied, I was hearing, but what I have gained from the training, I was telling a colleague this afternoon when I came that I have applied 2 in my business and it works. Yes, and it has worked for me. And then there are so many things that we still work, which we were taught then. So youth should always take information important. Like this summit, I don't expect seat to be empty. I expect here to be filled, because what they are trying to impart in us is what we are going to be paying for if it is in Lagos. If you should go to Lagos Business School, a course can cost you 500,000. A brother of mine went to Orange Academy. I know how much he paid. I was the one that usually paid his fee. I know how much he paid. So the summit you're talking about, something of such has come up. And I believe it will be coming up. I love Ondo. God bless those who are just doing it, bringing it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I love Ondo too. And Ondo people are supportive. They support you. Especially when you have business around there and you are serious about your life. Ondo people are wonderful. Dr. Nelson Oshubero, lots and lots. Doctor, you are trying. So that I will not forget. I have to encourage people that are trying. You know, Ondo people, they will help your life if you are serious about what you do. Ma, your question or contribution?
Right, Once again, I want to appreciate the organizers of this event. It's actually a very good one. God bless you, sir. And I want to appreciate every one of us that's still very much around. Thank you. The panelists, you're well done. My contribution, actually, it's going to be like an answer to your question that are Ondo youth lazy. Actually, the speakers earlier have said it. Yeah, a larger percentage of us, we are lazy, basically. And it's not their fault. You know why? It is high time we define this. Empowerment and intervention. They are two different things. I was opportune to meet some of the Ondo sons that are doing so well during the week, and they were able to explain that thing. And at that moment, I got to understand that. So most of this that people think it is empowerment, it's actually intervention. For a woman that wants to pay a child's school fee, you are giving her sewing machine, she will go and sell it immediately. Why don't you call her? Okay, you want to pay for your son's school fee. Account number, Skuda, group them. For those that are interested to invest in themselves, they want to learn. We have people that do free training. Contact them. When it is time for empowerment, call them, because they have worked with them. They know those who are ready to work. They know those who are ready to use those equipments. That is basically empowerment. Most of these things we see, they are just intervention. And it's going to continue like that until we are able to define it. Ondo youth, it's high time we wake up. Yeah, it is. We are all over the world. But the way we are hearing our name, are we even up to that? That is one thing we should always remember. The way if you are a true son of this soil, you will know that you know, we have the resources. Our land is still very, very much fertile. We have brain, we have talent. You know, sir, when I see you talk, at times when I see you crack joke, you do it like, I just freestyle like it's your normal life. And that is the talent right there. Abishe ekoshe comedy. That is just it. So if someone is investing in you, you know that you cannot run out of content. So it's high time we start discovering ourselves, know what we are doing. Because this is year 2022. If we are still at this level now, I'm sorry, you will be shocked that this Ado Ekiti here, they will just run ahead of us. So basically, that's just my contribution.
Thank you. So, Laura Kosha, Ibonsha Tumba, want to share intervention to launch empowerment, to share for one stray bullet, because see what Miami, Mafo, we are with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone, especially the organizers of this program. My name is Blessing. So I just have one or two things to say. I've been at the back listening to what everyone has to say. But what I want to say is, I think what is key here is the place of mentorship. We are seeking investors, but then investors need track record. They need to trust who they are giving their money to. This is where the place of mentorship comes in. If we have people that can mentor us, and these people can serve as a referral to these investors for us, I think it will be much more easy for us. For instance, now we have the likes of different people in various fields. Mr. Ayola is into agriculture. I am a farmer. I do that as a part-time. Aside that, I'm into real estate. So if we can have Mr. Ayola mentor us, it will be very easy for us if he's giving us recommendation to this. If he's giving us recommendation to meet this investor, it will be very easy for us to meet them, to get investments. So that's just my contribution.
Thank you. So, sir, we need mentorship, and it's part of the summit. Okay.
You know, because he wanted to leave. Then I said, you know what? These are the youths. Let's be there for them.
Okay.
So thank you, sir. At least for about 6 of you sitting there, I know 5 of you personally. Dixon, then Folashade, I think you've written in one of our magazines before. The brother in the middle, I can't remember, maybe he knows me. Carol Laura, that's my baby. And hey, ID. Now we'll talk about our father here, Baba Comedian. You see, I want to commend them. They are the role models in Ondo. And you guys have to keep it up. For you to get there, it is not easy. It is not everybody that is on the stage. For you to be on the stage, it means that you have been, you've been sieved out of the shaft. We want you to be the one for us to be able to approach. Maybe you'll be the one to even refer people to us and say, okay, deal with this person. I have trained them, I can trust them. I was telling Dotun, like I said, it's my first time of meeting Donu for so many, for about 3 years now, and I know I've done quite a few things. But I was telling her, I said, I remembered the lady, Fola Shade, but you understand that I'm going to call her to sell. You've just sold yourself to me, even though I've not met you. And when I see you guys, I feel so excited and happy. I know he's got loads of comedians behind him, and you are the mentor to all these guys. You see, mindset is a big deal. If you don't have that paradigm shift, you cannot get anything out of it. If even though tomorrow they say there's a summit for the youth, the question is how many of you are going to be here? It's a bit, we're a bit skeptical about that. And I believe one way or the other, we have to try. I've been around for a while, working with my team. And we can see that their mindset is being changed to what it was before. So you guys need mentors. The ones that that they have talent, they wanted to be somebody. Get them on that forum. Let the talking begin, you understand? And with this Eki Invest, people will do something. We just want a proof. We just want to see the proofs in you guys. Thank you very much. And enjoy yourself. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, ma. Thank you so much, ma. All right, Dr. Nessie would like to contribute. Sir. Everybody wants to contribute in our own session. We want to end the session and we are not doing it again. I'm just kidding anyway.
Yes, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm here. I know almost virtually everybody here, and I know what they have been doing in the community and in the society at large. And we have many of them like that too. Those are our youths that are ready to work. Unfortunately, most of them, I wonder why everybody have been saying our youth are not lazy. Yes, they are not lazy. I can attest to that because I know a lot of them that are very hardworking. But look at that fraction. What's the fraction, the percentage of those people that are not lazy? They are insignificant. I want to authoritatively tell you that majority are lazy. Yes, either you like it or not. That's the truth and nothing but the truth. But there are a lot that are not lazy. I remember about a month ago when Dixon organized this Ondo City contest. I was surprised to see over almost 200 people coming up on board. We did interview for them, a lot of them with beautiful ideas. Now, how many youth do we have in the kingdom? What is the percentage of those people among the youths? Most of them are these people that are going about with this entitlement mentality. They come to you, they want to get something from you. Sure, sir. Baba Kinla just said it. I was surprised. We talked after. I said, Baba, I never believed you could say this. Being a politician, and these are the same people you need to follow you. But being a man of this, he said, yes, that is the truth, and that is the truth. They will come to you, but sure, sir. Baba, to collect money from you. When you give them that peanuts, they salute you. Tomorrow, they are coming back again. Many of them like that. Let us change this orientation. Somebody talked about mindset transformation. That is the idea. But I believe this program we are doing now will help in that direction. If we can have 50 people on board, by the time maybe in a year, it will have a multiplier effect. If you see 50, some of your friends doing exploit, making exploit, maybe the next year you want to join the train, that one can lead to 100, 100 to 200. If you can continue in that direction. But apart from that, presently, They are lazy, many of them. And they are not doing that alone. They are being encouraged by the politicians. Because the politicians, they need them for their whatever political gain. Yes, and the parents too. Parents are involved. Because I can't imagine my child waking up in the morning doing nothing. When there are thousands of opportunities out there, I don't still want to believe there is no job. If you are coming to me to tell me you don't have job, I will tag you as a lazy person, because there are jobs available. It's just people don't want to work. Ondo, India alagbade ba munla. Kefi amshe, amjeun egbondo gama. Di lagbade ba munla, amjeun. And tí ebi bá ti kúrò nínú iṣẹ́, kí ló kù? Iṣẹ́ bùṣe. That is, if you are not hungry, if you have enough to eat, you cannot think of doing something better, doing something that can make you more prosperous. But all these opportunities are there. People are not exploiting it. I was talking about tomato plantation yesterday. You need just a plot of land to do that, and from there you are on. We have onion plantation. Onion. We have the seedlings. If you want to do all these things, come to me, I will put you through. Even if it is pepper. I have a testimony. There was a time I was trying to clear a site, and in doing so, a guy came to me. Sir, please sir, you can't clear this land now. Why? He said he planted atarodo. Atarodo, what do you mean? Because of your atarodo, you want to stop me from using my site. Lo and behold, I went to the site. When I got there, about not more than 2 plots of land. Atarodo, beautiful, beautiful ones in this Ondo here. I later understand that guy pockets of Atarodo every other day, and he makes 15,000 naira. I later got to know that guy has bought Sienna. He has Sienna, and he has motorcycle. He will come to the farm as early as 7 a.m. He will leave around 10:30, 11. You will see him roaming about, going in the street. You will know that in Ondo, yes. I doubt it, but he is doing it in Ondo here. And you will be seeing him on the street. You will know that he has made almost 50,000 naira that day. Now, I waited. I allowed him to do that for that year. I didn't touch that place because I was moved. He has relocated to another place. I learned he has bought 2 cars now. He's using one for transportation, using one to carry his family, and he's still using his bike for farming. There are people like that. There are so many things like that people can do. But our own people here, they want to become Dr. Nelson the same day. They don't know what I have gone through.
Yes, sir.
They don't know when I was always drenched in mud, digging ponds all over the places. Anyway, don't let us talk about that one. But I want to say, as many, I need about 5 to 6 youths in this kingdom that are interested, that are passionate in fish farming. Let them come to me. I will mentor them. I'm saying this. You can talk to them. And what do I mean? I will give them, provide facility for them, fish ponds. I will give them fish to stock, juvenile or fingerlings. And I will also help to provide feed for them. And I will not stop at that. I will ensure to help them how to sell that fish. If they want to smoke it, I have smoking kiln. I do that. I sell fish to people. Everybody knows me. I am a fish seller. Yes. Yes. To God be the glory. I'm a tomato seller. I have Marua that sells tomatoes all about. I sell cucumber. And I sell pepper. You understand what I'm saying? All these things are there. I don't need this. I must say this. I am a little bit comfortable. I'm a salary earner. I'm a lecturer, a chief lecturer for that matter. At ADM College. I'm a federal civil servant. The money there is enough to sustain me and my family. But I still do all these things. How about those people who don't have anything and yet they are roaming about the streets claiming no work? Don't tell me there is no work. You are a lazy man if you say you don't have work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Hey, Sushe, there is now a fish farm. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking the. Sir, you say you want to have a contribution? So, sir, what we want to do now, what I suggest is, if we have youth here that say they are interested, so I think we should see you after this program. So if you're interested in this next summit and you think you can work to make other youthful youths to come around, not people that are looking for free empowerment and intervention because they need urgent 2K, we can bring them together and we have this summit in this town. We have people that want to create value. Yes, sir. There's value in Ondo. I tell people there's value in this town. So if people are ready to create, please, once we finish now, see Dr. Akikwebi and let us see how we can move the youth further. Now I'll go to my panelists. Let's have your parting. What do you want to tell us before you go home? We have to go home now. Thank you.
What I want to say to our people in diaspora, like, we are working on our mindset reorientation, and we also want them to work alongside with us. Then they should always remember something. Even to those of us that are youth, that are here, those of us that are here, I know a lot of us are planning to jackpot from the country because the country is not that. But there's something on your passport data page, if I'm correct. Even though if you become a British citizen in America, there's always a place there that has place of birth. So if your place of birth is from Ondo and you are planning to jackpot from Ondo, you cannot, that means you still have to work to make this place better, because that Ondo will always follow you everywhere you go. One of my friends asked, Dixon, what forms your interest about Ondo? I just said, because I cannot take that Ondo away from my identity. That's my place of birth. Even those of us that are not indigenous, but we are born here, we have to make this place better, because that place, if you become a British citizen, when they give you your passport, that place of birth will always be there. You cannot change it to London or to Bristol or to anything. Ondo will be there. So we just have to work to make it better. Thank you very much.
I say that I want to say thank you to everyone for the contribution so far. We have also learned a lot. Then I was talking to my husband last night that the topic we have for today is youth leaders of today. Now, what do you think? Then he said something that when we were young, when it was our father's time, that it was youth leaders of tomorrow. That the youth of those, the babies of those days, they are now adults. That means we are leaders of today. So it is time for us to take action. We are no more in yesterday. We are in today. That tomorrow of yesterday is now today. So I will implore everyone that now it is our time. They say greatness comes to those that take action. Now is the time for us to take action. We've gone past yesterday. If we were leaders of tomorrow yesterday, now is today. So we need to start taking action today. And I will also say that if there will be another summit, whenever it is going to be, if each and every one of us here decides to come with at least 5 people, if this was a show and a superstar was coming, I'll come with a lot of people. I will come with somebody. You need to come with somebody. I'll come with like 5 people. So if I'm coming to a summit, it means I'm being selfish by coming alone, because I know I'm coming to feed my soul. So if each and every one of us here comes with at least 5 people in the next summit, then I think Ondo will be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. On a final note, I'd like to pact with 2 quotes from our Imperial Majesty, about Dr. Victor Ademefukile. First, he is a spiritual leader, because I study trends. That's why I could easily make references. In 2006, he said he could visualize Ondo City Vision 2020 had come to pass. KFM had come to pass. Now we have like 3 universities. And we knew before now, Abaye used to say our youth are future. So if Abaye himself yesterday now said our youth are today, that means it's something worthy we should hold and follow through to it. Abaye did for all of their matches, we are the leaders of today. And equally on a final note, same from a quote from Abaye, he said, he made the quote from the Bible, where I want to buy from Jerusalem. The thing is, just like we talk of investment the other time, we need to showcase the good youths that we have. they will now make references to them when we are doing orientation. So our people will be able to relate that, okay, Dixon Eji, only fish farm, only she, so they may not buy you, definitely you've made a good example of that. Then we need more of this platform. We might not be much, but all over the world people are watching us. If today we are saying we don't have good youth to invest in, and the organizers of this program are be able to fish out Dixon, who is into farming, I've been able to fish out Jewel, who is into makeup and the likes, hairstylists. So that means we have many of us. The problem is identifying them, promoting them, and showing them as a good example to the ones we need to change. That's my final parting note.
Okay, from my side, I'll just talk about mentorship. Please, let's note that mentors are not people who call for urgent 2K. That should be noted. That's one. Then secondly, there's this adage that says, this old song, Batamiadu koko gati mobaka wemi. Maybe that's what is actually pushing us. Even illiterate, but I won't do kokoga when they know what they are doing. So please, let's know what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Finally, I would like to encourage our parents. Whatever we are saying pertaining to youth comes from home. That is the sincere truth. You know, raising your child is much more than building a name. It's like raising a generation. So if our parents could be much more involved in nurturing their kids, I don't mean kids now, I mean the youth they have in their house, exposing them to complete training that can teach them what they call self-independence, and that can actually teach them that getting wealthy does not happen in a day. It takes process. I believe our society will be better. And so also all our political, religious platform, from church to the mosque, issues like this should be discussed often. We should have a platform in the church and in the mosque that we can discuss issues like this, because we have more youth that will always come together in those easily without canvassing them. We should have a table where we can actually discuss issues like this. Thank you.
All right, from me to us, as I keep on loving Ondo, invest more in yourself first. When you see me, like you said the other time, that when I started filmmaking, you're like, you don't know to the filmmaker. And you did not know when I was running up and down the street of Lagos, learning content making. So when others are sleeping, make sure you are moving. And always ask yourself one question. Ask yourself that this hustle that I'm doing right now, as you're sitting right there, ask yourself, this thing that I'm doing right now, can it sustain me in another 5-10 years? If your answer is yes, continue. But if you are getting doubts, in the next 10 years, that you are not even sure of it, my brother and sister, continue on the path, but look for plan B. Thank you very much. All right, thank you to our panelists. God bless you. That is our session. Dr. Akikwebi, thank you so much for making us a part of this. I have to appreciate you because this came at the latter end. This was not a part of this event from the beginning, but you gave us this platform. God bless you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you. On this note, we'd like to say thank you, sir. I think you should come from you. We want to hand the microphone over to you. This is the end of the event. We have to hear from you, sir. Please, round of applause for the convener, Dr. Femi Akikwebi. Thank you very much for everything.
Wow. For me, I'm more fulfilled, especially on this last part discussion that we just had now. This is what I actually wanted. When we started this program, I think, Ondo Ekimogun Youth Congress and Ondo East OEYC. Two of them are OEYC. They were the first set of people I discussed this summit with. But the response for me wasn't encouraging. But with what happened here today, coupled with what Dixon did last few weeks, I just have this hope. I have this strong belief that we can actually change the narrative of the way we're doing things before. And I'm throwing it open here that the next summit, if you agree with me, will happen this year. Yes, and it's going to be purely for us, the youth. Thank you. I will use this opportunity, first of all, to thank God Almighty. I will thank Ondo State government for allowing us to have this first edition of Ondo Development and Economy Summit. And I will thank Abaye, our own Oshemawe, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Victor Kiladejo Oshemawe of Ondo Kingdom. I want to especially thank my senior, my Egbon. See, OBHS, they do things. So. Dr. Nexin Oshungwemiro, thank you so much, sir. From day one to this period, and I know you are still in it. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone, Dixon, the volunteer, and one naughty boy called Sugar. I just want to say big thank you. Yes, the guy is very naughty. Thanks to all the volunteers. Thanks to all the volunteers. And big thank you to our Baban in the house, the chairman of Ondo Development Committee, Chief Akiwande. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful. We are grateful. When we share the idea with you, say, Femi, nobody should affection. Hey, there for development of Ondo. This all was open for us. We thank you. We thank everybody. Thank you, Archbishop. Thank you, Shola, all the volunteers, Kenny, sir? Pat. We can't mention names, sir. We say big thank you to you guys. And let me say this. ODS is not just an event. No. It's a movement. ODS is not just an event. It's a movement. So don't think that we are done with this. In the next few weeks, you will hear from us and you will see action. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's we say a very big thank you to all our media partners. We say thank you very much. We appreciate you. OECS, thank you. Kaftan TV, thank you to all the print media, all the electronic media here. Thank you very much to all the online crew, the photographers. Thank you very much. God bless you. We appreciate you. Dr. Femi Akikwebi was talking about schools in Ondo. You mentioned OBHS. Thank you, OBHS, for producing great minds. Thank you, Celestial Church of Christ Grammar School, Omolore Yaba, Ondo, for creating this MC for the event. God bless you. There are 3 schools in Ondo, OBHS, Celestial Church of Christ Grammar School, and the rest. So the rest can go to Ondo too and collect your own. And thank you. So I have to thank my school too. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Please, can you rise on our feet and, let's just, and make sure you collect somebody's number. Make sure you network before you leave. Please, if you want to join the Ondo Summit, make sure you contact Dr. Akikwe before you leave this hall. Make sure you are part of the growth and development of this. Please, can we share the grace in fellowship? As one, I'm sure more of us are Christians or something. Can we share the grace? May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. ODS is a success. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. Till we see you next time. God bless you. Thank you.